My brothers and sisters in atheism, thank you so much for joining. Tonight we're going to be discussing last night's debate. We've got that topic and then a few topics around that, right? The main topic last night was, can an infinite God actually exist? And uh, Michael Huemer versus Rasmussen, they discuss that pretty intensely, right? They discuss the different types of infinites, right? But I guess we should be clear as to what an infinite God is, right? I see somebody in chat ask, oh, hang on one second. I see somebody in chat ask, what is different from eternal and infinite? So eternal would be like everlasting, like an everlasting gobstopper or something, right? Whereas no beginning and no end. Whereas infinite would be like maximally everything, or all powerful, all knowing, all benevolent, whatever powers they want to ascribe to that, right? It's going to be generally they'll be like maximally everything, right? Because if there's minimal amount of something, it has to have that maximum amount, right? And so they don't mean though that it's like physically enormous, right? Or that there's like a literal infinite amount of God stretched out across space, right? That's not what that means, right? So unlimited power, knowledge, all that, right? That raises some interesting problems, though, right? So what would it mean to actually possess like unlimited power or unlimited knowledge, right? Unlimited power, right? Can an omnipotent being literally do anything, even something that's logically impossible? Or can it only do what's logically possible, right? Is it bound by logic? What does omniscience mean if the future involves free choices, right? Actually free, not just determined by the God and you say it's free, right? Can God perfectly know what someone will freely choose before they choose it? That seems like an issue there for me, right? If God is perfectly good, perfectly knowledgeable, perfectly powerful, how does it align with what we observe in reality? They face the problem of evil, right? So even if we establish that reality requires something necessary, eternal, foundational, why should we think that thing is God, right? And that was the discussion yesterday, right? Um, I guess we can go into that a little bit. We can discuss that some tonight on the open panel too. But like they talked about necessary beings, right? Or I guess they said a necessary foundation, right? But a necessary foundation doesn't automatically give us a mind, right? There's all sorts of people that claim necessary foundation or necessary being, right? That don't claim it has a mind, right? Even Michael Huemer said it could possibly not have a mind, even if it was necessary, right? So I don't see how it gets us to like consciousness, omniscience, moral perfection, Christianity. I don't see how it gets there, right? How can it be personal, right? I want to see that gap bridge. I've been asking people to bridge that gap nonstop. I have not seen it, right? You also have the explanation problem, right? You'll have theists argue that contingent things require an explanation, while God doesn't require an explanation because God exists necessarily. Does that seem right to you? Anyways, tonight, um, we're going to see how that distinction works, right? We're going to see whether we're explaining reality or just reaching a point that we decide we can't explain anymore. And so we got to stop, right? It's not going to be a contest tonight over who can add a bunch of stuff to God and say it has all this stuff. I want to hear some good arguments. I'm sure the audience does too. I don't want to hear God can do infinite everything, right? I want an explanation of how God can do infinite everything, and how that God doesn't need an explanation, and a few other things, right? And how we'll go into that, right? Obviously, we'll get there. We'll get there, right? I'd like to see something though that's not just giving something a definition that is totally indistinguishable from imagination, right? They just name stuff and give it a definition and say it exists as a part of that God, right? So I'd like everybody to take a little bit of burden. We often see people shifting it so they don't have to prove their position. I'd like to see some theists and some atheists meeting their burden, right? If you're a theist tonight, I'd like you to tell us exactly what you mean by an infinite God and why you think such a being is coherent and actually exists. If you're an atheist, an agnostic, skeptic, whatever, show them where the contradiction is if you think there's one. Or show why the evidence fails to get us from an ultimate foundation of reality to God. Especially if they're Christian or Muslim, where they're going to be missing a bridge, metaphysically speaking and physically speaking. Let's do this, people. It is time. It is time, people. I wonder. What's going on, Cupper?
What's going on, Taco?
Hey, man. Just running the panel. The panel's now open. I put the link in chat. Hopefully some more people will be popping up here shortly, and we'll... Hey, watch the language. No cussing.
No cussing.
Yes.
Get some theists so I can poop on them.
Well, you still don't want to do that, but I know that's a joke, but come on. Anyways, can an infinite God actually exist, Cupper? That's the question we have tonight.
Can an infinite God?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that you can't prove it's untrue.
You believe that I can't prove an infinite God untrue? And so that makes you believe in the infinite God? Is that what you're saying, Cupper?
No, I'm just saying I believe you can't prove it untrue.
Can you prove it to be true? Or can you show that it's possible?
An infinite God?
Yeah.
Can I prove it with metrics? No.
Okay. And then we got Zill Zone. What's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Get this.
Okay, but we're supposed to be on an infinity, right? Not Christian nationalism.
Well, the debate yesterday was, does God exist? The main topic that they debated, I feel like, was infinity, so I targeted that for tonight. However, or infinite God, not infinity specifically. However, if you guys want to talk about God-related stuff, the debate was, does God exist? They covered literally they covered the problem of evil. They covered what else? Fine-tuning. I don't remember all the arguments offhand. I apologize, but there were like 5 of them. So feel free to go wherever you want. There's plenty of wiggle room.
Yes.
There we go.
All right, someone present an argument. Let's go. Let's get this going. You got 2 atheists and 2
There is no
Christians.
way. There's no way to count from negative infinity to the current present moment. So you can't have time past infinity. So what do you guys think?
It has nothing to do with a construct of Christian ethics.
Why are you going back to the Sill?
Because I want to talk about it again. And I've already watched back, and I want to talk about it again.
Well, then how did we get to the present moment if we couldn't get to the present moment?
Because there is no such thing as infinite time past. That's why.
Eden!
What up, sucker?
Hey guys, how's it going?
What up,
Good
bro?
to see ya.
Is it Eden or Eden? I can't remember.
It doesn't matter.
Gotcha.
Exactly. Wait.
What can we expect from you? What do you want to say?
Yeah, what's your problem?
Oh, I just wait for precepts.
Okay.
I'm really curious how you defend the
Love
idea
that.
that there can't be an infinite past with anything other than like a weak argument.
No, it's not a weak argument to assert that you cannot count from negative infinity to zero.
That
It's
doesn't
not
mean
a
anything
crazy
about an
argument.
infinite past. That doesn't mean anything about an infinite past.
Of course it does.
No,
of course it
doesn't.
does. Okay.
Okay.
Let me explain.
Imagine. No.
Okay,
Imagine a circle. Imagine a circle right now.
I can do that.
Okay.
I'm
Can
doing
you
it.
go around it infinitely and like
Yeah.
keep meeting the same points?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that can be the past.
Right, but we live in space-time. And we don't
Yeah.
have
Space-time could work like that.
No, we don't have real infinities in space-time. And isn't this
Have
relevant
you-
to some of the discussion?
No, but he's talking about real infinities. I said a circle.
Right, and I'm talking about real infinities in space-time and how they don't exist. Hilbert's Hotel. This came up, hasn't it?
Hilbert's Hotel is a terrible argument because it depends on some form of causal realism that's
But it
not
highlights-
demonstrated.
It
And we also
highlights
don't know if it
how
is or isn't.
absurd infinities are in our
It's
space-time.
not. They're not. First of all, that's a philosophy argument. It's not based on any
it
actual
highlights-
experiment.
It highlights absurdities of infinities in our space-time.
There are no
That's the point.
absurdities in the concept of infinity. There may be absurdities in people's imagined.
Can you provide a non-absurd space-time infinite example for us?
So Zil, if we can't provide it, does that mean that your incredulity means that it's true?
It means it's based on zero scientific evidence, Driftonwood, you sucker.
No, there is
And
no
you have no
science-
basis for
there-
saying
there-
it. It's
no,
just magic,
There's no
sucker.
scientific evidence. There is no
Right.
scientific
Hey,
evidence
Zil.
on this topic.
So
Phil,
Zil,
I
there's
do
no.
have to say it is very annoying when you're constantly calling people sucker, and it is not conducive to a good conversation. So let's not do
Right.
that.
Oh,
Take it easy,
okay.
Cupper.
All right.
Where'd Cupper go?
I miss him already.
Aw.
Maybe
Maybe he fell asleep.
Zil, just to be
Uh-huh.
really
All right,
clear.
we need some more theists up here, people. If there's any theists in the audience that would like to engage in debate, Zil needs some backup.
No, I don't really need help, but go ahead, Theus. Come up.
To be really clear, Zil, our observation blocks at like the Planck moment, right? And we can't really see beyond that at the moment. We don't have any technology or any way to get beyond that number. So anything
Do you
we're
think
talking about that's
because
going
of technology, or do you think that's a hard limit on the universe?
No, it's
I
our-
don't
on our
I don't
technology.
accept any like the pessimistic induction is anything that we say can't happen is not like proven to say it can't happen. You can't. It's possible that
that's
we'll never
just like
find
me
it,
supposing
but
God was
I am not
creator,
going to
Kurt.
say right now that it'll
It's the
never
same.
happen. Just like people make
Just like
claims
God's the
these things all-
creator, Kurt.
Wow, you never let anybody talk.
All right, I'll let you talk.
So we can't observe past that. So all you're doing is speculating, and all you're asking me to do is speculate. And whether the past is finite or infinite bears not one whit on the existence of the Christian God. Not in the tiniest shred does it make a difference to whether the Christian God exists.
Right, I know the Kalam argument is not specifically for the Christian God. I know
Okay,
that.
so if it's not the Christian God, then it's irrelevant because are you making an argument for Islam or Sikhism?
For a creator.
Are you making an argument for Islam or Sikhism?
I'm making an argument for Christian from a lens of Christianity.
When a Muslim
but-
comes on and makes this argument, you're going to be like, yeah, that's a great argument.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for the Kalam
Well,
argument, yeah.
Then do you want people to become Muslim?
No.
Then maybe
That's
you
a
should make
different
arguments
argument.
that discriminate between Muslims and your position instead of
But
wasting your
Kurt,
time
no,
arguing and convincing people to become Muslim.
No, because this argument is relevant when talking with theists or agnostic people, right?
No,
Kurt?
it literally.
It's an argument for a creator.
Do you know how much
So
motive
it is
force it
relevant,
has for
right?
convincing someone to become a theist?
No.
It has none. It is non-motivating because,
The Kalam
again,
cosmological argument?
at the scale at which we live, it is an irrelevant point. It's just a debating tactic
But
that
no,
you're going to try to say,
establish we're here
this
for
is
a
absurd.
cause.
Your position is that a man had the ability to move a mountain into the ocean. And you're telling me my position that I don't know what happened in the past is absurd. That's how ridiculous your position is.
That is funny when you put it like that. But the point is, the universe having a cause and us being here for a purpose makes all the difference.
But you can't say you can't say definitively whether it was or wasn't.
This is part of the argument when we discuss the impossibility of infinite time past.
But
You
you're
don't know
saying
that
it's
it's
impossible.
Space-time.
But you're saying it's impossible, but you can't prove it, just like we can't prove that it is or isn't.
What do you
Nobody
mean
can
I can't prove it?
We'll prove it.
Hilbert's Hotel is an example of the absurdity of infinities in our space-time.
You know, Hilbert's Hotel has no effect if you're a causal anti-realist.
Also, Thomson's lamp.
So obviously, causal anti-realism
whatever that
is the position that just dissolves Hilbert Hotel as a problem. Because
What
as
about
long
that
as you
guy's
don't
lamp, though?
see the universe as a sequence of causative sequences, and you just accept it as exactly what it appears to be, which is just one damn thing after another, then you're not bothered by Hilbert's Hotel at all. It has no effect on you.
What about that guy's lamp, though? You know the lamp?
Do you understand that argument?
Yeah, so you flick
That you
it,
can turn
half
a
the
lamp
time,
on and
it's
off
the
an
same-
infinite number of times in a second?
The limit happens before 2 seconds, apparently. I guess that's how the math works out. But it's similar to the frog hopping halfway to the end of the
How
table. and he never
that
makes it,
shows
right?
the Christian God is what I want to hear.
No, well, as we said earlier, the Kalam argument is not specifically
Right,
for
so
the
you're trying to
Christian
convince
God.
people to be Muslim.
But
I don't get why you would do that.
No, I'm not.
It's a Muslim argument.
Dude, I'm trying to convince atheists and agnostics that there's a creator
You
for
really
our
think
universe and a
Al-Ghazali
purpose
was
for
arguing
us.
against atheists and agnostics? He was arguing against Christians.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm
hang
using
on.
the argument for, okay?
There is a super chat from Davegar. He's saying, and thank you very much, Davegar. Greatly appreciate it. He's asking you to describe Hilbert's Hotel in great detail. And he says, please.
Yeah, the
Ooh.
proponent of Hilbert's
Kurt, you do
Hotel
that.
can describe it in great detail, please. Tell me how it proves actual infinities are insane. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness. No, I can't recite this off the top of my head. But let me look it up.
Okay, just my understanding is you have
Oh,
a
thank you.
line of people and hotel rooms just keep showing up, right?
Yeah,
Infinite.
buses of infinite people keep showing up. Okay,
But the
so
hotel
a bus
stands
of
in.
infinite people, the hotel takes them in, and then another bus of infinite people shows up, and they say, we don't have enough room, so have everyone in every odd room move up or something. And then
When was the experiment that proved this done?
But why? Yeah, why is that a
it's
problem?
a thought experiment about the impossibility of infinites in our space-time.
I haven't heard anything impossible yet.
All right.
That's the core problem with it is you can't. There's no end to it.
Yeah, isn't the Hilbert's Hotel the solution is everybody just moves to the next room over? The hotel's full.
It's-
Someone shows up looking for a room, and to make room, everybody just goes to the next room because there's an infinite number of rooms.
Yeah.
Well, there's an infinite ability to build rooms. So I fail to see any contradiction here. I fail to see any issue. I don't think there has to be a sequence of causative events anyway, because I don't think causation is anything other than like verbal habit. So
Davegar
it just
asked a
doesn't do
valid
anything to me.
question follow-up. He asked, can one have two buses of infinite people?
Yes.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be able
Can't
to?
have
would
a
think
set
so.
of infinite. I think
Yeah.
you can't have sets of infinite.
It would be magic
Right.
school buses, like,
So
they can go forever.
yeah, basically it is they ask each guest to move room n+1 to their current room when a new guest shows up. And so when a new bus of infinite shows up, then the current infinite moves up infinity, right?
I'm waiting for the absurd part that couldn't possibly exist once we grant that this hotel could exist.
Yeah, you've described
Well,
the
no.
thought experiment, but you haven't shown why it's a problem.
Well, it's a problem because it's impossible for it to exist.
Oh, you mean it's impossible for a hotel to continuously get larger magically? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's also
Okay,
impossible for a bus of
whole
infinite
point-
people to show up.
Wait, right, but the whole point of
But
the
I
thought
still don't hear a
experiment is to-
contradiction.
the whole point of the thought experiment is to highlight the absurdity of an infinity in our space-time. That's the whole point.
I haven't heard the absurd
Think-
part. I'm waiting for that.
Well, the absurd part is that Hilbert's hotel cannot exist in our space-time.
You mean
if
that we
think
can't build
about-
an infinite hotel, Zill? Is
Yeah,
that the
Kurt.
case?
Am I missing something here? Is Kurt
I
just
mean,
being
again, you're like
obtuse, or
making
am
up
I
this bizarre
missing
thing
something?
that nobody could ever
missing
possibly
something?
make, and then say it's absurd that nobody could make this impossible
I'm making
thing
it
that
up.
nobody could ever make.
I'll
And
take
yet,
credit.
I'm waiting for an actual contradiction or an actual issue because I don't hear it.
I don't know. You could continuously build onto a hotel into
Very
space. You know,
confused.
I don't know.
I am so confused, guys.
Okay, imagine a video game where there's a constant stream of people to check into your hotel as a hotel clerk. And in the video game, you can play that game infinitely for as long as you want. And for as long as you want, there's always rooms for everybody in the video game to check into. Where's the contradiction?
Nobody can do stuff for infinity like that.
In a video game, you
No.
could.
We've already granted that there's an infinity. You're going to play the video game an infinite amount of time, and you're going to sit at that desk for an infinite amount of time. And every time a hotel guest comes in and they say, I want to check in, you look and there's a room in that video game. Where's the contradiction?
The contradiction is in how the video game manages memory. In fact, the video game would not be able to hold infinite memory, Kurt. I'm sorry. Not even the video game. You can't have that.
Wait. Who said infinite memory? I said an infinite amount of time.
You can't have that.
I didn't say infinite memory. If you're going to put things into things I said, then you can just chuckle all you want.
Infinite
But even
time.
there, again, once we're granting an infinite hotel, we could certainly grant an infinite computer, right?
No, the whole point is we don't grant this infinite hotel because it cannot exist in our space-time.
So-
Why is this?
So
something
really,
we
all
keep
you've
circling around?
so your position is here's the
Why?
thing that could never exist in reality, and I
Yeah.
have this thought experiment about this thing, but it could never actually exist in reality. So
Right.
that proves that reality is of a certain character. How?
Yes. Well, do you have a response or counter proposal for
I've already
infinite
given you
existing
my
in
response or
reality?
counter proposal. A video game someone could play infinitely where people kept showing up in the video game for a hotel room, and there was always a hotel room. It's exactly the same idea.
Okay, well, the computer would have to last infinitely, and its hardware would have to last infinitely.
Yeah, just
And-
like a hotel would have to.
Right, so that can't exist in our
Well, you
reality.
say this, Sil, but
Oh
again,
my God.
I would like
How
you to
does
prove
that
this
hold a
somehow, because this is
contradiction?
just an
how
argument
can
from
that exist
incredulity.
in our reality?
You're just incredulous about it.
Wait, Hilbert's
I'd like to-
Hotel isn't about our reality. It's about a contradiction. Do you think Hilbert thought, I am the greatest
Is there a
hotelier in the world? I will take over the Hiltons by building an infinite hotel. And he tried to seek funding and get an IPO? Is that
Then,
how you think this happened?
Then what do you think the point of Hilbert's Hotel is then?
I've never understood why it's a contradiction. I, to this day, don't understand it. I've heard William Lane Craig explain it many, many times. He seems to think there's this terrible contradiction in it, and I just don't see it.
Oh.
But again, he's basing that on causal realism, which I don't accept anyway, right? I don't accept that like a hotel clerk checking someone in is a sequence of causal events. I don't think that's demonstrated at all.
Zill, remember when we were talking about like a bodiless mind and how it might not be like physically possible, but there isn't there isn't a logical contradiction in a bodiless mind.
Right.
So like we're looking for you to give us the same kind of thing with this. Like where's the logical contradiction saying, you know, like a square circle? Like you can't have a square circle because when you try and like describe, you know, a square circle, something with 4 corners that has no corners at all, like a contradiction. So where's our contradiction here in this?
Physical space.
So you're just reverting back to it's physically impossible, not logically impossible.
It is logically impossible for an infinite space to exist in our physical time space because Hilbert's hotel would have to be infinitely growing.
Well, what if the universe is infinite and we just can't see the edge of it? I mean, what we can see of the universe is shrinking every day, technically, sort of.
Well, what if? What if? Then your argument would be space-time is infinite.
You're not showing any type of logical contradiction to say that.
Yet we have evidence that the universe is expanding. So if it was space-time was already infinite, we wouldn't be expanding. What are we drifting with?
Well, no. What if there's just a universe next to ours that made its own little, you know, Big Bang, and
what if
we're just
that's like a magic unicorn in your garage? What if there's a magic unicorn?
We can only see the observable universe. It's actually not very big compared to how big we think the whole thing is. So
yeah, and what we can see disappear. Like
what
was observable is shrinking as we watch it because it's like spreading out.
Right. We know based on what redshift that the universe is expanding. Right.
The observable universe is expanding. The key word there is observable.
So you would have to suppose that outside of the observable universe, it's somehow not expanding outside of a bubble or something, right?
Why can't it just be infinite amount of bubbles expanding infinitely?
Because that's like saying there's a unicorn in your garage.
Not really.
Yes, really.
Is there a contradiction in an actual unicorn living in my garage? Is that a contradiction?
Is that a contradiction?
Do you want me to get a horse and strap a sword to its head and put it in my garage?
If it's a magical unicorn. Because if it's a magical unicorn, that's probably a contradiction.
Knowledge, it's a contradiction.
Right, but if a rhinoceros has one horn,
yeah, like it's like a furry rhinoceros.
Couldn't that be in my garage?
Furry horse-like rhinoceros.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Are you?
You're asking us to accept an absurdity. We're supplying absurdities, and you're getting mad about it.
You're giving me absurdities,
it's weird,
bro. You're saying, what if there's bubbles in all over the place?
Okay,
yeah,
guys.
What if there's
so
a bunch
it
of
appears
bubbles,
that it appears that you three think Zill is presenting an absurdity, and he doesn't think he's presenting an absurdity. Can you explain to him why you think it's an absurdity, and then he can respond?
I don't know if we think it's an absurdity necessarily. He's just saying that there isn't an infinite, and we're just saying that there could be, or there is.
That's
maybe.
why I was responding to Eden's response more so.
Yeah, I did say absurdity, but like, Kurt, sorry, go.
I'm just making a much more like quiet claim. I don't know if there's an infinite in the past or in the future. I don't know that we have observations that confirm one direction or the other. And I don't think the Christian God is demonstrated by any of this, which is why I think it's weird that Zill wants people to become Sikh or Muslim or like Jehovah's Witness.
I want them
like,
to become theists, dude. Theists.
Why? Bro. Why would it matter? They're still going to hell if they're not the right brand.
Theism is great.
No, it's not. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
But
it gives
you're like proving it's ridiculous.
All right. So what is okay? So it's that you guys don't think, or do you guys think Hilbert's hotel could exist in our space-time?
No, I don't think anybody could build an infinite hotel.
Okay.
Come on.
Well, I had to ask. I had to ask. So, using
I'll say
this
I don't know. I don't know.
thought. Oh wait, Driftonwood. What do you think? You're not
I
sure.
was just gonna say I don't know. It maybe someone starts building something in space somewhere and just keeps building, and then the next generation, like at what point would we, like, if that just goes in perpetuity, is it technically infinite? Or no?
Okay, let's talk about this. Imagine
And
there's
hang
an
on one
infinite.
second. We got Bill Stonin back. What's going on, Bill?
We should get the freak up here.
What's up, Bill?
The freaks around?
Oh, who's this guy?
Infinitely, I don't know. Zill, you're going down. I mean,
No,
person
I'm
with
not.
bad interest. Now you're gonna have another
No,
theist
I'm
come in
not.
here soon, tacos, because Missing Mod challenged me. Said you go in there, BS, and I'll go in there. And I said okay. So here
Holy
I am.
snap. All right. Okay.
It's going to be
so,
a crazy good panel tonight. We got some good guests.
right. Bill.
You guys better be excited in the audience.
We definitely need Missing Maud up here, and if she comes up, I promise not to overtalk her.
Whoa, that's a big thing coming from Kurt, guys. And you know how he is. Got him.
Am I missing the bear theme today?
So guys, imagine an infinite future, okay? Imagine an infinite future. Can you ever reach the end of that infinite future?
What's the end?
Exactly.
No,
If you
that's
mean,
not a
could I
point for you.
traverse
That's a point
time
against you.
infinitely? Yes, but I could traverse time infinitely
No.
in a direction in which
I
I
don't think
ended
so.
up where I began.
Aren't you just
Think
kind of
about it
shutting?
like this.
Aren't you just kind of shutting down eternal life in heaven with this argument?
No. I'm shutting down eternal past.
No, you said future.
No, I was using the example of consider an infinite future. How do you reach the end? The answer is, what does that mean? And so
Yeah.
I'm saying, what does it mean to go from negative infinity to the zero present? What does that mean?
So the past is a
My
collection.
logic is sound.
Is the past a collection of present events?
The past is a collection of all events since the beginning of events.
They were all present at one point, right?
In B time.
Christmas is a collection of present events.
That's a good point.
That is a good point.
I would say
That is a
the
good
future
point.
is also a collection of present events. So your
No.
your objection is just erasing time entirely. That's what you're trying to do.
And hang on, guys. There's an important super chat from DeFreak. Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciated. He says, starting a hypothetical false dichotomy counter. Thank you for your opinion on the discussion, DeFreak. Greatly appreciated. As always, you're amazing.
Oh, the freak, I miss you. We haven't played in so long. Come here, bud.
He just wants to give you a big bear hug, freak. He just wants to, break your spine a little bit. Friendly.
So what say you, Zill? Are you trying to erase time?
Discussion-wise, come on, man. Stop saying stuff like that. That's weird.
All right,
Even
sorry.
if it's a joke, it's weird.
All right, yeah.
Are you trying to
right.
erase time, Zill? Is that the whole purpose? Is like if
I'm trying to raise time as my child. I want him to be a good boy.
no, not erase.
Oh,
That's what your argument does. It's
why would I
erasing.
do that?
I don't know, but that's what your reasoning is leading to. If I can't reach the present moment, I can't reach any present moment in the past.
Only-
or any present moment in the future.
You can't reach the present moment only if there's time infinite past. But if there is a time zero, then you absolutely can reach the present moment.
The zero's arbitrary. You're just using that as like a marker. I could make an arbitrary ending to infinite.
The assertion, the entire discussion is about premise 2 in the Kalam cosmological argument that the universe began to
I
exist. Okay, that's what we're talking about, right?
How many divisions can we make between 1 and 2, Zill?
You mean 0 and 1?
No, 1 and 2. How many divisions can you make between those two?
I don't know. I think it's a finite number, though.
No, it's
Maybe.
an infinite amount of divisions because you're trying to.
All right, fine.
You have the abstract of the infinite, but you're book-ended on each end by the realistic whole numbers. You're causing a paradox right there because they do technically have ends. It's 1 and 2, right? We already established that.
No, this is why math has created infinities, so we can reason about these kinds of things. So we can even talk about it, right? But the thing is, infinities only exist in math and not in our actual reality, just like imaginary numbers don't exist in actual reality, right?
Yeah.
All right, so my whole point is it's impossible for there to be infinity past.
Is God an infinite being?
You're trying to change the subject, aren't you? Is that what you're doing?
I'm trying to see if he can exist in reality.
That is literally the topic
Yeah,
of
that's
this
literally
stream.
the topic of the stream tonight.
That is literally the topic of the stream. Okay, fine. Can God be an infinity? So, on
No.
Wait, what did
can
he
God is God infinite? Basically, is asking, is God either
Yes, God
maximally
is-
everything or all everything, or however you
No.
decide to determine it or phrase it?
No, I would say he has certain qualities. So omniscience, omnipresence, omnipotence, and other qualities in the Bible. But I
I
wouldn't
guess
say
a better
he's...
phrase would be: is it limited or unlimited?
See, the thing I'm not going to get caught in is like, is he the best liar and stuff like that?
Well. I
So
was saying. So it is.
You see what I
This will
mean?
this will help. Does your God have any limits, or is it unlimited?
He would be unlimited.
All right, so it's going to be an infinite God. All right, sorry.
Yes.
All right, so we're there. We're on the topic. Sorry,
Yes.
I was just seeing if
You
you were there
already,
or not.
yeah, you already stated that can't exist in reality. Therefore, your God's not real. We win. Checkmate.
Oh, no, stop, yes, stop.
Welcome to
No.
atheism, brother.
No. No. Well, what if God exists in a higher realm?
I'm going to ask you again what higher means, and I would like you to explain it in a way that doesn't include dimensions or numbers.
Okay, then I'll speak. A higher realm is like the spiritual realm.
Okay.
It is
What does
the
that
realm.
mean?
It is the realm which we talk about in the hard problem of consciousness. Like, what even is
There
that?
is no hard problem of consciousness.
There is a hard problem of consciousness. Like, what even
No.
is
There's
that?
an interesting point that Dave Gar made. I don't know if y'all agree or disagree, but I think it's interesting. Dave is saying, yeah, that's why you can't have two buses of infinites. You're putting the bus on something that is limitless by definition. So that's not analogous to God, is what he's saying.
Yeah, it's true.
Unless
No,
it's
not
an
analogous to
omnibus.
God. It's the only point is pointing out the absurdity of infinities in our space time. Like I said,
Is there a hard problem of the university or a hard problem of excretion?
wait, what's the points of that? Wait, no, the hard problem of consciousness isn't it just that? Like, what the heck?
Describe what the hard problem of consciousness is, and I will
it's-
explain why it's not a problem.
Yeah, I explained it. The hard problem
No,
of
you didn't.
consciousness. Well, my understanding is the hard problem of consciousness is what even is that, yo?
Yeah, that's a terrible explanation. So I can
I
explain
think it
exactly.
sums it up
I can
pretty well.
solve
playing-
your problem completely.
Zill,
I
are you
solved
just
your
playing
problem
Pokemon where
completely.
you're just throwing out arguments and thinking that
Yes,
That's how it
he's
works?
casting
No,
spells.
no.
He's literally casting spells.
No,
So,
no.
I'll explain what consciousness is. Consciousness is a noun form of an adjective we use to describe an organism that is awake, alert, and responsive.
Yeah, just like mind. It's like
Okay.
an anthropomorphic noun.
Can you
Okay.
tell if a dog is conscious by looking at it quite quickly?
If it's looking at me quickly, I can.
Yeah, you can quite easily tell. Is it hard for you to tell if a dog is conscious?
No.
Do you have a problem determining if a dog is conscious?
Depends on how my mental state is.
If
In
you're
other
conscious,
words, if you're impaired, then you can't tell if a dog is conscious. But a toddler can easily tell if a dog is conscious, right? So I'm still waiting to hear where the hard problem is. I can tell if something is conscious, like usually within a microsecond of looking at it.
All right, here it is. The hard problem of consciousness is the challenge of explaining why and how physical processes in the brain result in subjective conscious experience, such as qualia.
So demonstrate that exists. Go ahead.
The redness of red. The
Demonstrate
taste of
that
an
qualia
orange.
exists separate from the neural structures that create the sensation. Go ahead.
The hard problem of consciousness is how do we have subjective experience and conscious experience from physical
Yeah. You're
processes?
asking a bunch of questions. I am asking you to demonstrate that the problem, as it is phrased in the existence of qualia, can be demonstrated. So go ahead and demonstrate that qualia exists separate from the experience of the sensation. Demonstrate that something else happens when I drop an anvil on my foot besides tissue damage that gets relayed to my brain and is perceived directly.
Well, can't a bunch of people agree
And
that
Pepper's
pizza
back.
tastes good?
Again, pizza
A bunch
can
of
taste
people
good.
agree pizza tastes good.
Wonderful. That's their gustatory
That's
experience of
qualia,
eating pizza, being
shared
trans. No,
qualia.
it's not qualia. It's an experience of individual brains that have a gustatory experience using neurons we understand, firing with mechanisms we understand, using chemistry and receptors that we understand, and sending it to centers in the brain that are the limbic system that process it, that we understand. Where's the hard problem?
Well, you still have the culminant taste of what pizza is like, don't you? And that is the qualia.
It is the sum
tasting
total of the
pizza.
experiences. That is what it is like.
And we can explain pizza. Nobody hates pizza. That's why pizza's popular. It's really simple.
Oh, that is a good point. Well, I guess
Is there a
qualia
hard problem
is best
of drowsiness
as the red
still?
of red.
Is like drowsiness this really bizarre state that like it's so weird because
No,
like,
there's
you're kind
chemicals.
of conscious, but you're kind of drifty and sleepy.
We know about
and it's like,
chemicals.
what is it like to be drowsy? Is there a hard problem there?
No, look. I know
drowsiness.
when you go to sleep, your brain flips into a whole different.
No, I'm not
mode.
talking about sleepy. I'm not sleeping. I'm talking about being drowsy. It's such a hard problem because like it's not quite conscious, but it's not quite asleep. And it's got this what it's like to be drowsy. It must be a really hard problem, huh?
No, not as hard as the problem of how we have.
Wait, why is it
subjective and
hard?
conscious
Why is it a
experience
hard
from
problem to
physical
be awake,
processes?
but not a hard problem to be drowsy? I can't understand that.
Let me think about that, because, well, isn't that just still my same argument of how are we even able to be drowsy too? Well,
That's
I
a
mean,
question. That's not an argument. That's a question. I've given you the answer. I've told you how sensation affects an organism's ability to like respond and have awareness. Like I've explained all that and you're acting like I haven't.
No, what about subjectivity of drowsiness?
Subjectivity
and the
is the
personhood?
experience of the sensation.
But we have personhood. Like I know who I am, and you know
No,
who
there's
you are.
again the
right?
philosophers who study personhood the most closely, and here I'm following Derek Parfit, are saying that personhood as like a entity that has a like a separable existence that we can describe just doesn't exist.
But we.
I told you to read
kind of
Derek Parfit
frustrating.
like a week ago, and have you read him?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna read that. You
Oh,
should.
I don't
you
want
should
to read
explain
the
it.
people who talk about the things that I think prove God.
Would you be able to explain it so we don't all have to individually read
I
it?
don't want to actually read a book that would show my position is wrong. That would be terrible.
All right.
The reason
guess-
there is experience to begin with, Amir Guri 1335, is because mobile organisms need to be able to forage, they need to avoid predation, and they need to reproduce. And all of those require creating a map of the location that they're in that they can move within, just like a Roomba does.
Well, in that case, you would say subjectivity is physical places on the brain where memories are stored?
I don't hold that there is a subject that has experiences. I would just say like the brain has experiences and we perceive them as being subjective because we create a verbal internal narrative. But I wouldn't argue that an infant prior to developing like verbal skills and the ability to like report on their internal milieu would even have subjective experience. They would just be a bundle of experiences.
Wait, but is your argument that from a materialist view, as far as our personhood is embedded in our brains, similar to a computer?
I don't accept the existence separably of personhood. Certainly personhood is a useful fiction like traffic lanes or bank accounts, but it doesn't have to have separable existence to be able to be discussed.
Okay, all right, help me understand. Your position, what we call personhood, lives only materially on or somewhere in the brain. Is that your position?
I deny the existence of personhood. I think it is a useful concept.
Yeah, we
I don't think it
this.
has separable existence.
I know, guys, just forgive me for struggling to, think about that. Okay. Okay. That's quite something to think about. That there is no person.
Again, yes. Well, again, Derek Parfit is the philosopher who's written the most extensively about this in the light of modern neuroscience. And he wrote a long book called Persons and Reasons that I've tried multiple times to get you to like actually crack. And if you would interact with his arguments, then we would have somewhere to go, because he has a lot of really good arguments about how there very likely is no separable self or homunculus. But you seem unwilling to do that because you think that because you have a magic spell that you can cast at people called personhood, that you don't want to lose your magic spell. And that's fine. I understand that. It's a tactic against like white belt, uneducated people who, haven't taken any life sciences. It might work really well for you.
Oh, cool, Kurt. Yeah, it's just so much effort what you're asking for, and I'm just not, ready to put that effort in for that right now.
It's so much effort to determine whether my God might actually be real or not. I'd rather just imagine that it is.
No, well, this is actually something specific about metaphysics, I guess, right?
Yeah. The problems philosophically with personhood are devastating to theism. I strongly recommend you look into it.
Sure, these are big questions. These are important things to look into. I agree.
And I would argue that an infinite being couldn't have personhood under any category, right? Getting back to the topic, an infinite being would contain all possible personhood states, so it would not be able to individuate. That's the big problem with Sijuati's monarchical Trinitarian position. He believes that the being that is the Father is experiencing every possible conscious personal state in the entire universe, which means the being that is the Father has no personality and has no individuation.
I would
has them all.
I would reject that, because how could God have a will?
Yeah, which means you have none.
How could God have a will? Yeah, he can't have a will if he's all of that.
That's what you think he is, though.
So no, I reject that. I reject that. I don't know who said that.
That's what your line of logic leads to.
No, because I believe God has a personality, and I do believe in.
Where does it come from?
And I'm trying.
Where does God's personality come from?
Well, I can only explain that in the same way from where he came from as the uncaused cause necessary being.
He came from
Infinite
nowhere
God.
that had no features and no defining characteristics. So how did he develop a personality? We develop personalities experiencing life with other people and stubbing our toes on rocks and
But is
having
it
someone
logic?
give us like some weird candy that makes our throat itch. And then we develop a personality that way because we have all
Oh.
these weird multifarious experiences. But how would God do that?
Well, I would assume that God was not created, and that however he was uncaused into existence, that his personality was stamped.
Wait, what? He came into existence?
Yeah, are you a Mormon?
No, whenever he uncaused into existence.
He came into
He did-
existence, is
no,
what you're saying.
he didn't. No.
So how did he
No.
get into existence?
Whenever, let me just say, whenever he uncaused existence.
What does that mean?
It means he was uncaused.
Well, he couldn't be infinite because
He
that would
just
be
was.
unreal.
Casting spells. This is
He
like
just
so weird.
was. No, but guys, this is what I
Like
do from
literally,
you guys.
abracadabra would
Hold up.
mean as much as uncaused.
Charmander,
guys,
use
listen.
flamethrower.
This is what you guys sound like when you say quantum fields, did the origin of the universe. Or, Casimir effect.
Quantum fields
did
are by
the
You're just
origin of the
trolling at
the
this point,
most
dude. You know
This
that.
is what
thing
you
in
guys
science.
sound like.
The
for real.
experiments that demonstrate
This is
quantum
what you guys
fields
sound like.
are correct to the degree of the human
Yeah, but
hairs.
You don't
with
know that was
determining the
there.
length of the North American continent.
And
That's
you
how
don't know that
certain
was there.
quantum fields are. It's so bizarre that you
Yeah.
think your God, who can have someone speak mountains into the water, is more intelligible than quantum fields.
Well, he invented quantum fields. Of course he is. But how do you know quantum fields were there at the
You're
origin
just like
of
a
the
kid who says,
universe?
"Yeah, well, my dad can do that plus one more."
Yeah, well,
They don't think that was the
I
origin.
can do that. But how do you know that quantum fields were there and are the cause? Or how did they get there? Are they the uncaused cause?
Oh my!
And
it's
now
so
we're in
hard
the
to have
same
a
boat.
conversation with you because you don't understand.
We're
my
in the
position.
same boat.
My
though.
position is none of this proves the Christian God, and even if it provides evidence for a deist God, that is completely useless. It has no predictive effect.
I'm arguing.
I
for
don't think
theism
you
with
can
this,
know the
though.
origin of quantum fields. I don't think
And
physicists
neither
think you
can
can know
you,
that.
sucker. What gonna
Language.
do? Wait for a bunch of Harvard scientists to get on panel, Kurt, so they can hang with you, sucker? Is that it? Got him.
No, you didn't get me at
Yeah, I
all.
did. Yeah, I did.
He was not
No.
gotten. Sorry.
You're like just all these bundles of assertions of my position wins. I'm the best. Wow. You just sound like a
Someone come rescue
cartoon
Zell.
character.
I like it though. It's entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He-
we
he's
need
like
someone
what-
to
he's
white
like
knight for him.
a Flavor Flav of Christianity. Yeah, boy.
Rage baiter too.
The flavor
Clearly a
flavor.
rage baiter.
Yeah, Jesus, show what you got. Come
No,
on,
he's
man.
not. Let's not
But
accuse
guys,
people
how-
of. Hang on. Let's not accuse people of that. Come on, and all right, let's get back into the conversation.
Flavor
Stop
flaving.
stop going after him. Come on.
Come on,
Attack
guys.
the
I don't.
argument.
I
Attack
don't
the
even
argument,
care.
not the flavor.
I'd love to
I don't
attack the
care.
argument, but I've heard none.
But Kurt, can you help me understand?
Well, what's your argument?
How-
I'm still waiting.
I have a question. Now.
Questions are not arguments.
I need you to explain how the quantum field got there. Argument.
I don't know. Answer. Why is that an argument?
So you don't know where the quantum field came from. And what about
Neither do
the
you.
Casimir effect? Do you think that had
Neither-
something to do
neither
with the
do
origin?
you.
Dude, this is again another magic trick. No,
No, this is
why
important.
are you trying to lead
This is
into the
important.
Casimir effect?
It's
Why?
important.
No. Don't
Because
ask what it
T-Jump
is.
talked
Don't ask.
about it.
My bad.
So So Kurt, so you don't know how it got there. So it's an uncaused cause, Kurt. We're in the same boat, bud. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard, bud.
So
We
now
are
we
in
have
the
two
same
competing
boat.
uncaused cause. What are we going to do with this?
Dude, exactly.
No.
They're
Two
not exactly.
competing uncaused
First of
cause.
Because the quantum doesn't have a mind.
First of all,
Well,
saying that I don't know how something arose is not saying that it's either caused or uncaused. It is saying
right,
that
it's a cop out.
hold
You
it
don't
in
want to address
okay. Do you really
You don't
think
want to
you know
address
every?
it, Kurt.
No,
You're
Zill.
like,
do you know
I'm too
everything?
scared of thinking.
I'd like to hear your argument, but if your question is about the quantum field, I don't say it's an uncaused cause. I don't believe there are causes. So of course I don't think it's an uncaused cause. I think causation is a superposition that verbal language puts over existence that doesn't adhere within existence itself. Go ahead.
So do you think everything is fluid, but how do events fire off? Do you think events fire off?
We observe a sequence of events in constant conjunction between impressions and the ideas we have of those impressions. And
Is it
through
infinite
custom and
events?
habit, we describe them as causes.
Is it infinite events?
It doesn't matter whether it's infinite or not. You and I will see only a limited line of those
It
events.
matters. It matters because I need to know when those
You
events
don't know
fire.
anything about the far past or anything about the far
When-
future, and
when
neither
do they
do
fire?
I. But what I know is that people can't tell a mountain to move into the sea.
Okay, but when do events fire? How do they fire, Kurt?
Again, I don't think causation is real, so I'm
So you
not
don't
going
think
to
events
answer that
fire at
question.
all?
Again, I don't know what you even mean, and you haven't made an argument all night.
And
To address your argument, which is what I would love to do, you would need to make one.
you want me to give it to you in a syllogism? Is that it?
No, just an argument, just like a series of connected statements that are meant to prove a point.
Well, I think I was arguing earlier about why we can't have infinities in our physical reality, and that goes
Yes,
against
but I
an
never
infinite time
heard a
past.
series of connected statements that proved a point.
I would say that as far as infinite time past, based on the thought experiment of Hilbert's Hotel and the absurdity of an infinite, in fact, multiple sizes of infinites in our physical space-time being absurd, therefore, it is absurd to have an infinite time past in our space-time.
Okay, how does that conclude in God?
That is an argument.
How does it
against
even conclude in an
negative
absurdity?
time
Where's the
past.
absurdity? I haven't heard a contradiction. I don't even get what it's trying to make.
The absurdity is that,
It's just an assertion.
wait, didn't we establish earlier, Kurt, that Hilbert's Hotel cannot exist in our space-time?
Again, Hilbert's Hotel as a thought experiment is always and has only ever been a thought
But-
experiment.
Right, but the
It
point is, it
never
cannot-
a construction project, Sil. Like no philosopher has ever put forward that we should build Hilbert's Hotel. It is a thought experiment that attempts to demonstrate something that is a contradiction, but I don't ever understand what the contradiction is, and neither did Alex O'Connor when he debated Craig on this last week, and you have yet to explain that contradiction, and neither did Craig.
I'd like to bring up Dave Gar's recent chat there. He says, bro, you're arguing for an infinite God. You can't just say infinites are absurd now. That's my main point. That's my main point. Like with this argument.
All right.
All right, guys, I'll
get
see you
to the
later.
Title.
Later, bro.
All right, take it easy.
Have a good one. Thanks for dropping by.
All right,
He
I
was
guess we
we
should
got
get
to
to
missing
the
mod.
title.
Missing mod. Missing mod scared him off.
Whoa,
Hello.
missing
Yeah.
mod. I promised not to overtalk you. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Hi.
Ew,
I don't have anything
What's
to
going
add
on?
really.
Hey,
I just didn't want
mod.
to. I didn't want to look like a coward.
You're not a coward.
I don't make any such promises, not to cut you off. By the way.
If you get that big
Nah,
cow,
BS
you might
was
be a
just
cow
messing
herd.
around. Nothing to
know.
worry about.
Yeah, I'm a
Oh, I'm
silly
not worried.
jokester.
Yeah.
He was just
doesn't
making
usually-
silly jokes.
I'm a silly boy.
The flavor
Are there-
flav of Christianity. That was hilarious.
That
I
was
dying.
funny.
Are there herds of cows in Florida? Like, is that a thing?
Like farms? Yeah, tons. I think
Then-
they hold
then you
most of
could
the
be a
cattle here.
Cow herd.
What?
You could be a cow herd.
Oh, jeez.
Hardy
Got 'em.
har har.
That's the dad joke of the night, Kurt. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you. After Flavor Flav, I'm on a roll.
I can feel like
Exactly.
8
Got
gray
'em.
hairs that just popped up on top of my head.
All right, so guys, what's wrong
I'm
with
aging you by the blow by, Eden.
what's wrong with God living in a higher realm? Or you're just like, what's that?
You
Wait,
still
what
haven't
happened
defined
to
higher realm.
explaining the contradiction in
What?
Hilbert's Hotel? I'm still waiting for the contradiction.
Well, Kurt, isn't the contradiction that if we were to construct Hilbert's Hotel in our space-time, we would not be able to, because
No, that is
an
not the
impossible-
contradiction that
Okay,
Hilbert
well, this
was
is my
talking about.
argument.
He was making a
Then check it
mathematical
out.
point.
Brand new argument, Kurt. This is my argument. If we were to build Hilbert's Hotel in our space-time, we would not be able to. It's impossible. This is my
Yeah,
brand
and
new
that proves
argument,
God
Kurt.
how? How does that prove
Brand
God?
new argument, Kurt. All right. It's
How does it prove
impossible
God that
to
there's
have.
a thing we can't do?
No, I'm not arguing about that right
And-
now.
And real fast, Big Bad Mama with the super chat. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated, Big Bad Mama. They say, as a human born of Mary, Jesus had a definite beginning in time. His human nature was created, meaning it was caused. Where's the uncaused cause? Thank you so much for the super chat, Big Bad Mama. Really appreciate it.
Okay, to answer your question, BBM. Also, what's up, BBM? Jesus incarnate had a beginning in his human form, but we hold to a dual nature. But I would say the uncaused cause would be before the creation of the universe, when God just was, before our space-time existed. Now, Kurt, back to my argument. Brand new argument, never before given ever in history of humankind. Imagine building Hilbert's Hotel in our physical space-time. It will be impossible. Therefore, infinities cannot exist in our space-time. Therefore, an infinite time past cannot exist in our space-time. Therefore, the universe had a beginning.
No, that doesn't demonstrate. So just to be clear, Zill, this is the structure of your argument. I can
Clear as
imagine
hell.
a thing that people
Thank you
could
very
never
much, Shel.
build. Therefore, there's a God.
No, therefore, we cannot have infinite time past. I'm only arguing that point currently.
Well, the
I
fact
have
that
a
there's
large-
a thing people cannot build does not prove that there is not an infinite past. But you've got a bigger lift ahead of you, because I'm not even arguing that there either is or is not an infinite past. I'm arguing that whatever is going on in the past doesn't establish anything about there being a God, because I don't accept that there must be causation.
Right, Kurt. You're the worst person for me to argue about this with, which is funny. I do like talking about this, and I think my argument is pretty good coming from Hilbert's Hotel, pointing directly to the impossibility and absurdity of an infinite time past in our space-time. But we should get back to the title. Can an infinite God actually exist? So do we discuss the nature of existence? And when I say a higher realm exists, and you say, what is that? And I have yet to define what a higher realm is. Well, it's really difficult for me to define and describe a higher realm than I live in. So I can only suppose and suggest, consider for us, for our understanding, it's something like beings in higher spatial and time dimensions. Even what if time has more dimensions? You know?
Okay, do you believe there's a Satan who's like a real separable being and not part of God?
Yeah.
Okay, and is Satan in a higher realm?
Yeah.
Okay, well then there's nothing great about the higher realm.
No, heaven would be a specific holy place owned territory of God, hell
No, I
would
thought it had
be
Satan in it.
no.
It's like a ladder,
Okay.
like the
Okay,
latter
guys.
day.
Okay, guys, when I say higher realm, think of it more like higher dimension, okay? Like spiritual realm, okay? I'm talking about the spiritual realm. I'm trying to talk about that, okay?
Right, but there's no demonstration of any kind of dimension. So are you like trying to turn it into physics?
Yeah, there is. Think about like 2D versus 3D, right?
Again, where's the 2D world that we can inhabit?
You draw it on paper.
In other words, no living creature lives in 2D. So maybe it's
No.
not.
Well,
You
there
just spent a whole
exists-
time talking about how we can't actually build Hilbert's Hotel and that proves God. But now you're saying we could actually build a two-dimensional universe
Well,
in
Kurt,
our minds, but
don't
it can't
straw
actually
man me,
exist,
Kurt.
and that proves God.
Don't straw man me, Kurt. I was only arguing for no negative infinity time pass, sucker. Don't straw man me.
You
Kurt.
obviously don't remember what you just said like 5 minutes
Sucker.
ago. It's fine. That's
Got
okay.
him, sucker. No. Now, Kurt, so my argument was not for God in this specific one, talking about the absurdity of infinities in our space-time. It was just against, or it was just about the absurdity of negative infinity time pass. What up, BBM, you sucker? Okay. Well, Kurt, that was my argument against negative infinity time pass, which would suggest that the universe did have a beginning if it did not have a negative infinity time pass, right? Does anyone else have an?
I don't accept it because I don't think that it matters whether there's an infinity time past or not to any sort of causal chain. So it doesn't have any effect on me.
And real fast, Duck with a super chat. Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciated. Duck says, if uncountable sets make up reality, then it's probably our phenomenal reality, which is off. Zill has the metaphysics backwards. Fwa. Mute no one. Thank you so much for the super chat, Duck. Greatly appreciated. Duck
Who's
coming
no
in hot as usual.
If uncountable sets make it. Our phenomenal reality, which is off. Well, either we have infinite time past or not. That is a true dichotomy.
And thank you, Duck.
That's a true dichotomy. So there's no excluded middle there. There's no getting around that. Right? Duck? Kurt? Anyone else have any opinions on this?
You're gonna get him in trouble.
I didn't say it.
Duck.
Nobody has an
kick us all
opinion
out.
on this. Okay,
I think it's
because
such a dumb argument that I can't bring myself. I've already refuted it.
Did
in like
you just
multiple
say
ways.
Ducko? Did you say Ducka like duck?
Duck.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a duck.
Yeah, they did. They did. Okay, so I guess everybody here agrees on the second premise of the Kalam cosmological argument then.
No.
Yes,
What's the second premise? So,
that the universe began to exist.
no.
Substantiate that.
Oh, well, obviously, a negative infinity time pass is impossible.
Zill,
It's absurd.
can matter or energy be destroyed or created?
Not as far as I know.
Yeah, so that means like it would be infinite, right? And what makes up the universe?
No.
Yeah, where else did it come from if it's not created or destroyed?
It came from
Magic.
God, silly.
No, isn't it finite? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have transitions of things.
That's the
It has
catch
to be
to the rule.
finite.
It can't be created or destroyed, only transferred.
Right, it moves and is transferred. Therefore, it's not
Yes.
infinite. What are you
But
talking about?
The actual energy exists eternally, as far as we can tell, because it can't be
Well,
created.
that sounds like some woo-woo. Anybody else have anything to say about this?
That's
Next.
the first law of thermodynamics.
Next.
And if the universe is made up of energy and matter, that only stands to reason that the universe.
Yes, are you saying energy is infinite? No, we have transitions between things.
Tacos, can I read this one?
Oh,
Dude, don't do that weird stuff. Come on.
Mod, you think infinite hotels have the coolest
Does that mean you can stay
penthouses?
forever?
You think they have the coolest penthouses?
But you can never leave.
Yeah, you can't ever get there or leave.
Except it's in New Jersey instead of
Well, I
California.
don't
and
leave.
No,
everything.
you
I don't
actually-
leave now.
No, you can have the penthouse, Mod, but you have to be the first one there, and then they have to keep building. There you go.
Okie dokie. I guess.
Anyways, you think they're impossible because they are.
Even Missing Mod isn't getting on board with your argument, man. Just give it up.
Oh no. Well, the whole point of that argument is against infinite time past,
Yep. God
which
can't
to
exist.
which to me knocks out one of the dichotomy of either infinite time past or not infinite time past. Therefore, the universe had a time zero and a beginning.
Again, I don't see the therefore. Like, it just
Yeah.
strikes me that any thought experiment cannot establish something in reality.
Okay. Well,
How
do
does
you have
this
a
not-
demonstrable? Oh, go ahead.
How does this not disqualify your God? I'll grant you the whole argument. How does the infinite time past not disqualify your God from existence? He had to be there before the world
Oh.
was made.
It would improve the culminative argument of God being the creator if we establish that the universe began to exist.
Yeah, but
No,
he would
because
have to
God
exist
wouldn't have
forever.
begun to exist, and God would exist, right?
Well, we assert that he's the uncaused cause, just as atheists
But he
and
would still have an
agnostics
infinite-
assert an uncaused cause.
He would still have an infinite time past.
Yeah.
No, he has an atemporal time past. Remember?
So does the
Infinite
universe.
God. So this would be the higher realm thing,
Still,
the
and
higher dimension.
if it was atemporal, it means God couldn't make a decision, which means he couldn't create, which means that
That's
doesn't make
only
any
if
sense at all.
he's subject to temporality. That means he's not atemporal.
Wait a
See,
minute.
you're
Did you say
thinking
it's
within
an
the constraints of
atemporal?
temporality. You got to think atemporally. Okay.
You
Wait,
can't
did you-
think
wait a
it.
minute.
That's
You
impossible.
can't do that.
Wait a
If
minute,
he's
did you
That's the
say-
whole point.
Did you say an
exist
atemporal? You said an atemporal time past. That means like outside
No, I
of
didn't
time,
say
time
that.
past.
Means
No, I didn't say
without
that.
time.
No, I said
You
God,
did say that by God having
Oh, okay,
thoughts
I
and
did say
God
that?
having actions, that means there's time within
Oh no, I
atemporal.
didn't say that. That would be a straw
I mean,
man.
I think it's great that you're saying God is not infinite and eternal.
No, he
I
is
think that's
infinite.
awesome. Oh,
He's
well,
static
he
and
could
never
exist
does
all the
anything.
way in
What are
the
you
infinite
guys
past.
saying?
There would be no point in time that you could get to that God didn't exist. So
No,
he
he's
exists in an
atemporal.
infinite time past.
He's atemporal. He is the creator of space-time and is
You're
not
just saying
subject
a magic
to his
word.
creation.
No, he's obviously subject to it if you're a Christian because you
No,
believe he entered
he's
time
not
and became
subject to it.
Jeebus.
Enough
We've
of this.
we've
Enough of
disagreed
this,
on this
Phil.
before.
What is Missing Mod wants to get on the conversation? What's
You're
your
right.
best,
You're right.
What's
What up,
your
Mom?
best reason
No,
that you believe God
I
exists?
just,
No,
I just went back on the stream. He did say an atemporal time past.
I believe it. Now, Missing Mod,
All right.
you have what one thing do you have
What
to
a
say about God
snitch.
existing?
Wait, what? What was
Why
your
do you
question?
why do you think God exists?
Why?
What's the
Because I
best
think all this stuff is super complex that we live around, like animals and all the stuff in nature. And I think, wow, we haven't even made anything that smart. AI, I guess, but it doesn't compare to a human being. I mean, and I feel like, that couldn't happen on accident. And I know you guys don't say accident, but
Humans are
that's
dumb.
literally
though.
what it would be. Yes, we're dumb, but animals aren't.
Oh, okay. What's the smartest animal
This
I
bear
don't
wearing
know.
a trench coat.
biblically?
I have no idea.
It's the snake. The snake is the smartest animal in the Bible.
Maybe. Yeah, it doesn't have arms and legs. I mean, it's still like living and scares the crap out of people.
But why haven't they taken over the world like we've taken over the world?
Because they're just animals.
Hey, Mod,
What?
We're just animals.
is it a
No,
is
I
it
don't
a
think we are.
comfort thing? Do you like just believe it?
Comfort.
Because no, not trying to be insulting, not trying to overstep any bounds here. I'm just like, does it provide you comfort to know there's a higher being out there controlling all of it?
No, not really. I think it feels the same. It's just I do have a tiny bit of comfort thinking that I'll see my parents again. But other than that, I mean, I live just like anyone else. I mean, I wasn't raised in church or anything, so no, I wouldn't say that. I would feel exactly the same. I'd just be a little sad because then I'm just going into the dirt, And then I got to worry about the what ifs and why didn't I do this and all that. But I would still be doing
Is
all
that
the same
supposed to be
stuff, right?
JL Kurt?
What?
It's Owl Kurt.
It's an owl. I'm an owl.
Oh, okay. Sorry for the interruption.
So yeah, it sounds a little bit like a comfort thing, missing Mod, because you don't have to worry about what you're not doing or you are doing.
Would you say?
Oh, I think I'd feel better if I was an atheist because then I wouldn't have any guilt for anything. I'd just say, oh, well, that's just life, I could just do whatever I want and that's just life,
That's true. We're
Get over
always
it.
just doing bad stuff.
I'm not
all
saying
the
you guys are like that. I'm saying
Yeah,
in that
I
frame
just
of
have
mind,
zero-
who do I
I
have
have-
to answer to?
I have zero regrets, I just don't regret anything. Nothing I've done in life is a mistake,
time.
Well,
I-
like,
I'm not
Come
saying
on,
that
you
you
have
guys
to-
feel
you
that
have
way.
to-
I'm saying
it's-
that frame of mind, I
whoa,
think I'd feel
whoa.
better about it.
Mr.
Hey,
Mod, you have
it's
to
been-
answer to yourself. That's kind of the point.
I mean, I got to
YOLO.
admit, I have a tremendous amount of guilt. I
If I
gold
do
plate everything.
No, if you answer only to yourself, then your judgment
Then-
is fully subjective, and
Kurt, that just means that you're not
you
doing
can't
atheism
teach
right.
yourself.
Not a true
No, it's
atheist,
just I
Kurt.
Why
gold
can't
plate
you?
everything.
Are you the same person you were as a teenager?
gilded character? So it's all
Yes.
guilt.
No.
Who, me?
Well done, Josiah.
Yeah.
My banisters are gold plated.
Kyle still is a teenager. What are you talking about?
Maybe.
He is not. He is an adult.
He's a fully grown
I
up.
I'm
don't
very
know.
much adult.
You look like Ryan Gosling with my awesome horns on there. It's like very sexy. And now he looks like tacos.
We're all doing the fusion dance.
Joe
All right,
Zacco.
So everybody agrees the universe began to
Ooh.
exist, right?
That's a very good cat owl.
Yeah, owls are my favorite animal. Right under foxes.
Me too.
That's a cool
Yeah,
subtitle
3-hour
you
panel.
got there, BS.
Yeah, it's
true.
true.
Did you see the,
It's a
did you see
callback.
the video?
It's called a callback.
Based
Okay,
off of
so
how
this-
Eli Nix defines houses, you could say that a skin suit is a house.
That's why Telios is frustrating. They
All
can't
right.
see that
So-
Telios. Okay, go ahead.
Does
Sorry.
anybody have an argument? Anybody want to argue anything? We have a couple theists up here.
I thought Huemer's position that the theist God would have to have infinite informational density was pretty amazing.
Yeah, he had some really good arguments.
Why must information only live in our space-time?
So if there's a God who's infinite and has infinite knowledge, then that
Right.
infinite knowledge to be addressable has to be like in
Has to
infinite
be.
informational density to be able to be useful, right?
That might be just fine outside of space-time. In fact, I imagine it's no problem outside of space-time.
It's in the cloud.
Do you know what another term for outside of space-time is?
Void?
Imaginary.
Non-existent.
It's what all Christians assert the spiritual realm, which I'm talking about. Every single Christian asserts this.
Every true Christian?
Every single
Why do they assert it though?
My book.
because under my view, Christianity is the best explanation for life's biggest questions, including why are we here, how do we get here, and what are we supposed to do?
How does it explain that stuff?
It explains it by God being a father and creator for us and redeeming us.
Oh, you mean like a narration?
So is
You're
he
talking about like
only
a
a father?
narration?
No.
Is he
Yeah,
only a
because like an
father and not a mother?
explanation, an explanation in physics is like talking about like two molecules or something that react right under conditions, and it becomes another molecule or something, right? So when people say an explanation, that's the type of thing they're at. You said it better explains reality, basically. So because like
Yeah.
they're presenting like quantum fields and stuff, like you said, which are obviously backed by science. There's literally quantum field theory. So
Right. I know they exist, but not the
how-
configuration at
what
the
is
beginning
your-
of the universe.
So
you
that's
don't have
their
that.
explanation, right? They have
You don't
data.
have that
So
at all.
I really want to be convinced of your position. Can you provide some data for the panel, maybe?
Yeah, let's start with the data that you have zero
Also, I do
scientific
see
evidence.
him back, Horace, but there's 4 atheists on the panel right now, so I'm going to hold it. Or hold you back there for a little bit.
Yeah, Tacos. We'll start with how you have zero scientific evidence that a quantum field or Casimir effect initiated the universe. You have zero.
I'm just trying to prompt the conversation because
I'm
providing
asserting that.
stuff
That's
and-
my argument.
I have a good connector.
All right, so he's saying you guys have zero evidence.
Zero.
I have a good connector. So, Zill, you have a problem with infinite regresses, right? Infinite
Yeah.
can't exist. Do you know
Yeah.
that once you posit the supernatural realm, you're setting the first domino up for an infinite regress of realms? I'm going to claim the super
why
duper realm is
necessarily?
responsible for the supernatural.
Why
realm.
is that necessary?
Because I'm going to claim the super
we have
duper natural. Hold on.
No,
the
but
super-
wait. We have a finite amount of dimensions beneath us.
Says who?
Down to one.
What do you mean when you say dimension? I
Let's
don't
say
know if we're
spatial.
using
Let's
this
just
term
say spatial
the same way.
dimensions.
He's talking new age stuff.
Let's just say spatial dimensions
Vibrations.
and call the fourth dimension time. Let's do that, okay?
Okay. So what's the first dimension?
A line,
Second,
a square,
third.
a human.
I think that's where we're losing you.
Why?
You skip triangle.
No.
Everything is triangles. It's
That's
3D
not
print.
That's not a third three-dimensional. No.
No, if I'm setting a supernatural
Triangles all the way down.
A pyramid would be.
Super means above or beyond. That's the prefix.
Right. We have a
supernatural is saying
finite amount of
above or
space.
beyond the natural realm. I'm going to say the super duper natural realm is above and beyond that. And
Well,
the
you
super
can
duper
make the
duper
argument
duper-
for that, BS. You can make the argument for that. But you cannot make the argument that me suggesting one higher spatial dimension realm entails, therefore, there are infinite higher spatial dimensional realms.
What dimension?
because
What are you
we
saying?
have
What is it?
finite-
Okay,
We
what's the
know
cap?
what the other
Okay.
four are.
First dimension,
What's the
second
cap?
dimension, third dimension. We talked about that, right? I don't
Where's
know
the
what the cap
cap,
is,
Zill?
but I am suggesting.
How do you know
Yeah.
there's a cap
That-
then?
Exactly,
So-
Kurt. That's my point.
I don't
Hold on.
even want to know the cap. I want to know
don't
what the fifth
know.
dimension is. What is one higher dimension than what we currently occupy?
It's an awesome question, right? I'd say
Wait, when
that's
I'm
the spirit
unwilling
realm.
to say whether or not there's an infinite past, you're like, well, then your position has no grounding. But you're saying it's these dimensions, but I don't know how they work at all. And you're like, and that proves God.
That's a good point, Kurt.
No, I'm saying
Good point, boy.
this is the explanation for how an infinite God could exist. But what you could do, Kurt, I guess, is you could suppose that the universe came from a higher dimension, if you'd like to make that supposition. But you can't suggest that we had infinite time passed in this space time. Not if you're going to work under the constraints of this space time.
Zill, how could God be in a higher dimension and be the foundation of this dimension, which means he'd be the lowest possible?
The same way we can interact with the second and first dimensions.
But he can't be higher and the foundation.
Sure, he can.
You can't ground him in the sky.
Foundation of a square or a line. Come on, stop it.
I just think you want him to be everything so you can win every debate.
No, I'm saying think about it. Think about you as a three-dimensional being. You could draw a square or a line, dude.
Yeah, lines are still two-dimensional, though.
So I can't tell. Are you a precept or are you a pantheist?
He's a pantheist.
I'm a Christian. Hey, don't do that.
So you're not a pantheist?
No, I'm a Protestant.
He's an anti-pantheist.
He's a pot theist. He's a kettle theist.
Cool, guys.
Let's be respectful, everybody.
Get
Come
the
on.
jokes. I'm actually asking if you
He's
think
up here
everything is God.
debating-
That is.
He's up here debating 4 of you. Be respectful. Come on.
My bad.
Oh, that's fine, guys.
He's got an assistant.
Oh,
It's
really?
it's all love.
Odd one.
Missing mod when's missing. Like,
So-
we're all picking up on Zill. Where'd she go?
So Kurt. Oh, what's up? You guys,
Remember that
you
John
want to add to
Waite
this mod?
song? Missing mod?
You should add to it.
Since you've been gone away.
So, would anyone suggest a higher dimension or realm was the source of infinite time past, or the
Hey, Vibe.
origin of the universe?
I see in back. I'm putting some messages in back for you.
I just would like to hear where the argument from the higher realm demonstrates there's a God.
And how you ground a higher realm.
Yeah, and it just sounds like speculation. It doesn't even sound like a thing.
Well, I would argue the spiritual realm is necessary to contain such a being. And
but it's
God.
not spiritual if it's a realm, and if it's a dimension, that's a physical thing.
Well, I'm suggesting that as a tool to help us all think about how it could be possible.
So you're just saying it's an intuition pump. So you're saying it's not physical and it doesn't have anything to do with dimensions or actual material.
It could. That's my current theory, but I could.
Well, then it's just
absolutely be
reality.
wrong.
It's just a higher level of reality, and it's not
Right.
spiritual at all. It's not immaterial at all. It's
what
physical.
we call the spirit realm. It's what we
Then
call
you
the
face
spirit realm.
all the problems with infinity and with like the energy problems and
No,
land
because
limit.
the higher dimension would not be subject to the same constraints as this
It
one.
would be
and
subjected
this
to
time
some
space.
constraints. You wouldn't get
But not the
infinity from
ones
going
we
up one
experience.
dimension.
Not
You'd
the ones
still
we
have
experience in
constraints.
this
You
time
wouldn't be
space.
infinite.
You
That
got
would
But
to
not
go
the
up
not be
same
an infinite
ones.
being.
infinite dimensions.
I'm saying, why?
Yeah, if there's
suppose
infinite
that?
dimensions, maybe, but that is something you're arguing against.
Well, I don't know if I argued against that, but
You argued against
maybe-
infinites.
no, infinites in our time space.
Is fourth
I argue
dimension-
against infinites in our time space, including the
I
fourth.
mean, you
dimension.
don't remember what you were saying 10 minutes ago. You just were saying the number of dimensions is capped when B.S. Lewis said no, there would just be infinite dimensions. And you said, no, there aren't.
Not
Do you not
necess-
remember
right, I
what
was
you just
arguing
said?
against that. But you know what? If there was necessarily infinite dimensions required to contain an infinite God, then there necessarily would be so. But there need not necessarily be infinite upward dimensions just because
Oh, I love
there's
this.
possibly one upward dimension.
Just so everybody knows. what
Because
just
a higher
happened.
dimension
Zill
possibly
tried
could
to
contain
argue
an
that God
infinite
must exist in capped dimensions. And then when presented with the problem with that, he then argued that infinite dimensions proved God. It's literally heads I win.
It could be
tails you
either
lose.
way. It
He
could
will
be
take
either
any
way.
argument that will like convince someone for his affinity fixation. He's not worried about the evidence. He's not worried about how the argument works. He just wants his affinity valence to be held.
But how could you suppose that it requires an infinite amount of dimensions to contain an infinite God? Why
I
couldn't an
don't
infinite
think
God
what
live
you're
in just
saying
one
makes
extra
any
dimension?
sense. I don't think what you're saying is parsable.
Well, if there was an uncaused cause, he must be contained somewhere or live somewhere.
It
Or
could be.
You're
exist
literally now
somewhere.
saying if there's a God, there must be a God. Like, this is so low level.
No, I'm arguing for how can an infinite God exist?
Yes, exactly.
That's
There
what we're
can.
arguing
There you
for,
go.
too.
We
So
got the
he
answer.
can exist in a spiritual realm.
You haven't described anything
Yeah.
like that, or how would we know such a thing exists? Are you saying that when Satan and Joe Schmidt's demon possessions are happening, that's from the spiritual realm? Because then we should be able to test that. We should be able to run experiments when a demon has manifested and find something that's there that isn't normal places that haven't had a demon manifestation.
I think
But
they do
guess
that.
what?
I don't
We
know.
don't find anything like that.
I don't know for what reason why the spiritual realm is not scientifically testable in labs. That does not mean it doesn't
It's not
exist.
only not scientifically testable in labs, it doesn't show up on cell phone cameras or surveillance video cameras. There's surveillance
fine.
video cameras covering a huge amount of the earth. There's satellite imagery over the whole planet. Where
Okay. Yeah, so I think the question is right, is can God be infinite, right? And you guys are like contesting that. Am I correct? By the way, I just want to let you guys all know.
That is the main question tonight, but we reviewed a debate yesterday, so that was like the main discussion of the debate, but there were other points around does God exist, like the problem of evil and whatnot.
Yeah, which is the common one, right? It's like the absence of good, and the typical Christian argument is, well, there is no evil; it's just the absence of good, and God is good, and because the absence of God, then there's evil, right? That
Yeah.
typical like.
Well, like the deprivation that evil is just a deprivation of good.
Yeah.
Right.
If God, why Celine Dion?
Yeah, I mean, I always have to go both ways on this, right? Like, so, and I am not the smartest guy in the world.
You hear
I'm
that,
not
BS?
He goes both ways. Is that what he said?
Yeah. Okay. You guys can go you guys can go any way, by the way, too. It's pretty simple, right? Like, you guys are saying, well, we're contesting that God can't be infinite. But then I would have to ask you the same question: can the universe be infinite, or is it finite? Does it have a start and a beginning, right? And what would your answer be to that?
I'm an infinite universe proponent.
So you believe in an infinite universe. So you believe in that there is the capability of something being infinite, correct?
Yes, time
Okay.
and space, or time
Yep.
space that matter.
Yeah, I mean, because you guys started off like the dimensions, right? And I mean, when it comes to dimensions, this is actually very interesting to God, right? So when we have 3 dimensions, like we're talking about like X, Y, and Z, but when we go to the 4th dimension, now we're looking at time. Now, somebody that lives outside of that dimension can actually see time in a singular unit, right? They can just like. If you're a 3-dimensional creature and you go in a 2-dimensional universe, you can look into the top of somebody's house, even though, because you're in the 3rd universe, and see what's inside of their house because they're in a 2-world universe, even though that place is secluded from them in their universe, right? You can see much more. And this is where dimensions get really crazy, whether you're including God or not including God, if you're just looking at science, right? And as we step up through these universes, somebody that actually lives in a dimension beyond that, dimensions that we don't understand, can see things that we can't, right? So we do say that.
Can I
like,
stop
hey,
you right there?
Yeah, absolutely. Go.
If you're saying we don't understand, then how would you be able to posit that?
Well, we theorize that, right? And wait, okay, so you did say you're an infinite universe guy, right?
Yeah,
Who theorized it?
infinite
What was the
matter.
theory.
So yeah, you believe there was no beginning and there was no end. It just has always been here, right?
Transfers into different shapes and forms and stuff.
Yeah. So, but you say that an infinite God is impossible, correct?
Just God in general. I was messing with Zill because he thinks infinites are impossible, and I'm saying, well, if infinites are impossible, then your God's impossible. That was my argument.
No, that's actually a pretty good one. Zill, come on, brother. I've been on.
No, I said
Yeah,
God
come on,
exists. No, Vibe. I said God exists in a spiritual realm. He's not subject to our space-time.
Yeah. But I mean, from what we've seen, right? So, I mean, we all agree that there's things beyond, and even things. We're not even talking about God. I mean, just in mathematics, we have put probability, not facts. And a lot of times, as we progress in science, these probabilities actually become facts, right? Like when we were predicting molecules that never had been created before by math, it wasn't a fact until we put it into a collider and actually made it a fact, right? Some of these things are still happening, mathematic equations that we put together that haven't been proven, but someday might be proven, but doesn't make the math any less valuable, right? It just works with our current equations. You guys agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're pretty good at making conclusions and estimating things, and sometimes getting it right. A lot of times getting it right because we're pretty smart people, and sometimes getting it wrong. We've actually done the math, and the math didn't work out, and we actually ran the real analytics and found out we were wrong and changed the theories. That's okay, right? It's okay for science to fail and adjust and get better. But none of us know exactly what's going on. And I mean, my thesis has always been that a lot of atheists go to me. They're like, "Oh, well, you just say everything you don't understand, you just attribute it to God." I'm like, "Well, yeah, I mean, I do, right? Because if that guy knows everything and I don't, then yeah, I'm going to go, yeah, well, he knows it. I don't, but I hope someday I'm going to figure it out." And then you guys do the same thing, except for you go, well, that's X. We just haven't figured X out yet, but we're going to figure it out, right? Now, I think both with God and people without God, we think
Can I?
that it
Can I?
is infinite. But
Can
let
I
me just land
pause
my
on?
plane here. I think we think it's both infinite. I'll land it in 30 seconds. I think think it's both infinite. If we look at like the probability of the universe ever existing or God ever existing, the probability of that is actually, with the Occam's razor, pretty much none. And the fact that either one of us are.
So my pushback is on the God of the gaps. Whenever we've discovered something that we don't know and we do find the answer out, it's never supernatural. We have 100% track record of finding out natural causes for.
Well, it can never
for-
be supernatural.
Well, yeah. So I'm saying if we're using this sort of inductive thinking, it would be in our benefit, rationally speaking, to guess on white swan the next time. Not saying that there couldn't be a black swan. Like I'm not making the black swan fallacy. I'm saying the ratio is so high that the next one's going to be a white swan. When every gap gets filled in the future, why would we think it would be a supernatural cause?
Yeah, so I didn't make supernatural claims, but I mean, to that point, anything before science and before knowledge, like in kind of the way you're phrasing it is like, well, if we were all believing in God, everything would be supernatural that we don't understand. I am actually not making that claim whatsoever. I don't think it's I've seen airplanes land and I understand aerodynamics and things like that. But if you guys ever see it like close up, it's almost like you're like, yeah, I understand aerodynamics, I understand math, but it still looks a little bit magical. How slow the plane comes down, right? But I still don't dismiss that as supernatural. Now, if you're talking about spirits and demons and things like that, that's a whole nother realm of supernatural outside of like just not understanding something and calling it supernatural.
Do you think the supernatural exists?
You know, I actually do struggle with that. I've actually had many meetings with my pastor about that because I've never seen it, right? I'll admit it. I'm just going to say I never seen anything. And if I have, I didn't know I saw it. So I personally have never seen supernatural. Do I believe it exists or not? I'm like, I really want it to. And I mean,
it was on for like 14 seasons.
yeah, no, I've never even watched that show. But I mean, to be honest, like I asked my pastor about this because I do this thing called the uncomfortable Bible study because I am the worst Christian in the world. I am Christian, 100% devoted. I feel like when I pray and I read the Bible in the morning that God's speaking to me. However, I read the Bible and I read it, and sometimes I'm like, wait, this doesn't make sense. I read numbers. The numbers in numbers doesn't add up. And I research it, and I'm like, everybody else is also saying the numbers doesn't add up. So I'm very critical about my own thinking. I don't just sit there and read with blind faith, but I do believe my faith blindly because of just, I mean, it's the testimony, right? It's not a science. And this is what you guys are always focusing on. You guys are always focusing on the science, but anybody that is a part of the faith and like has these things, I would say that is the one supernatural feeling I have, and you guys can crush it as much as you want. But I mean, it's just amazing. And I'm constantly trying to figure out how I can talk to you guys to get you guys to see what I see. But I know is methodical as I am in my own diving into the Old Testament, the New Testament, history, the times, and everything like that. That if you're really set on destroying this, I probably can't convince you. But if you saw my life and my children and my family and things like that, you guys would go like, "Wow, that's actually not that bad." That is
Wait, is that an argument from consequences? Is that like an argument from consequences?
I'm not even talking about consequences.
He's
I'm
just
saying,
doing
like,
a testimonial.
Yeah, it's a testimony.
Are you just
it really
more
is
comfortable with a God existing than without one existing? Is that?
I'm actually more comfortable with a God not existing, but the evidence within my life.
Why would that be?
Well, it's simple, right? I don't have to worry about like if I raise my children right or wrong. I don't have to worry about whether I'm leaving the family.
Do you not care for your kids?
I do care for my kids. I don't. What I'm saying is,
where did you even get that from, dude? Come on.
No, okay. I mean, if you don't care if if they turn out right or wrong, do you not care for your kids?
No. Okay, you guys. Well, slow down.
You're saying that immediately if a God doesn't exist, all of your actions don't matter.
Let's not go there, dude. If you keep going there, I'm going to remove you from the panel.
Slow down. I love my kids to death, whether I believed in a God or not, and I'm going to die.
Hey, that's all. No matter what. Just change the topic. Just if he goes there again, I'll remove him. No reason to bring that up.
Let's just get let's get some basic ideas about your worldview, so I can understand where you're coming from, because I'm confused as your position.
The premise is basically that if I have nothing to be accountable to, right? And when I said I don't have to care about my kids, I don't think I'm capable of not caring.
And you brought it up again. It's so bizarre.
Okay, maybe I have to be kicked. But my point being is that
I was saying Ed and.
Okay, yeah. So let's
just get off that topic altogether.
Let me put this straight.
No reason to talk about anybody's family, right?
I have atheist friends that I actually love hanging out with, and I believe that they have a really good moral set. So I'm not saying that without God you can't be moral, right? So that is not part of the discussion. But what I am saying is that with God, I do feel a higher calling to talk to my neighbor even when he says things that I don't like. And I feel like I need to contribute to, I feel like I'm not doing everything for myself. And through the process I go through, and once again, this is a testimony, right? Through my process, I feel like I'm much more productive in society in caring about everybody.
Okay. So I'm done with the consequentialist arguments. I don't think they make any difference on whether the ontology exists or not. So that doesn't matter to me. But can I just ask you like 2 qualifying questions to see like how much of a conversation we can have?
Yeah, I mean, and it's probably not going to be much of a conversation because
what is the shape of the Earth? What is the shape of the Earth, Vibe?
Flat. Okay. I'm joking. Round.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Round like an oblate spheroid or round like circular?
Which dimension are we talking about? Because if we're in my dimension, it's a sphere. But yeah, if we're talking about the second dimension,
all right, great. So it's an oblate spheroid, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then how old is it?
It's probably pretty old.
And what does that mean?
Yeah, older than 5,000 years.
Oh. Okay, you guys have fun.
That's actually true, though, Kerr. What are you talking about?
No, yeah. So, like,
Yes.
biblically, right? If we were to
Nonsense.
say that Adam and Eve were the beginning of everything, that was only a few thousand years ago, or like 2,000 years ago was Christ, right? Or 2,026 years ago. And then before that, we had the whole Abrahamic religion. So if you're a new earther, it would be, and I don't know what the Jewish calendar is off the top of my head, but it would be a pretty new earth, right? I'm an old earth guy, and I actually believe that God and evolution and the statistics of like things happening can exist together, right? So when I said older than 5,000 years, I wasn't thinking like, well, maybe it's 5,000, 6,000. I'm thinking way lot older than that. I'm just pointing out.
Do you
that,
have a number?
Yeah, we have estimates, and I could Google it really quick on what the current estimated date
So
is,
the
and whatever that is
scientific
what I'm going
estimate
to
is
answer.
4.7 billion years, and that's your answer?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, then, yeah, that's interesting. So let me get then your timeline. Like your timeline is that there was a Big Bang, like 13 or 14 billion years ago, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting, right? I mean, the Bible is not about the beginning of the universe, but it is interesting,
Yeah,
and it's not necessarily in the right order. But I mean, one of the things was like God was like, "Let there be light." That is very reminiscent of the Big Bang, right? So, I mean, if he's living outside of time, then he can like, if he's going to create us, he's not like 2,000 years or 5,000 years ago, like when he's talking to Abraham and those guys, he's not going to be like, oh, let me explain the universe and molecules to you. Let me just tell you what my goal is, right?
You know that like Abraham didn't exist, right? Like that's the same science that shows us that the earth is old and that there was an inflation event shows us that there was like no patriarchy, the story of Genesis is a myth, and there was no Exodus. Like that's all the same set of facts that determines that.
Well, actually, you're very wrong there that they're not facts, right? So we've got Plato and Aristotle, right? And we assume they exist. One didn't write anything; the other one wrote about the other one. So we assume
you're wrong. Both Plato and Aristotle wrote. That's
and
incorrect.
We have works of their contemporaries, like that is just a thing.
Yeah. You're thinking of Socrates. He never wrote.
Oh yeah. You're right. I'm sorry. But at the same time, we take it for granted
with a great deal of certainty that Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, and Alexander the Great all existed. And we have them embedded in a history that makes no sense without them existing. So that's just simply incorrect.
Well, I mean, does Christianity make any sense without the existence of Jesus?
And that's not what I'm asking you about. It doesn't make any sense without the existence of the Exodus.
You said that philosophy,
the Exodus,
we
never
know
took
because
place
it wouldn't make sense, right? If they didn't, right? So it must be true. But the fact is, you don't know if it's true. You don't know if one of those guys made that person up.
Like I have certainty that Alexander existed. I mean, certainty to the degree that I can infallibly know anything in history, which I know that Abraham Lincoln existed, right? So Alexander's existence is as definitively demonstrated as that of Abraham Lincoln. Okay, so if Alexander existed, he had to have a teacher who taught him Greek and like Attic philosophy. And guess what the name of that teacher was?
Bill.
Aristotle.
Oh, damn it.
Philip of Macedon hired Aristotle to teach Alexander. We have many records that show this was the case from multiple lines of evidence. So we know Aristotle existed. And who does Aristotle write about? Plato. And who does Sophocles write about? Plato and Socrates. All these people existed within an embedded part of history. Alcibiades is a character in the Socratic dialogues. And he had like a flight to Persia where we have Persian records that show that he showed up at the Persian courts. Like all of this stuff is embedded in history. And the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Esau, All of that. There's no separate external attestation. There's definitely attestation of the nation of Israel. There's attestation of the house of David. There's attestation of the kingdom of Omri. There's things in the Bible that are historical, but the patriarchs in the Exodus are not them.
Okay, so I mean, you're referring to the Old Testament, right? So in the New Testament, would you say there's any evidence of any of those people, or are they all fictional too?
It doesn't matter whether they existed or not, because they endorse the Hebrew scriptures and they endorse that Moses existed and wrote the Torah, which he didn't.
Well, that's where I was going to go back to, right? So like you're saying, oh, these people existed, like not
I
many
think we're
people could
losing
have
you.
lied documentation.
No, we have
Cutting
firsthand.
out a little bit.
Yeah, we have firsthand documentation of Alexander the Great from people who saw him fight a battle, and they like wrote it down that day, and we dug it up and we found that attestation. That's literally like a first-person document. There's nothing comparable to that for anything in the Hebrew scriptures, except for maybe some of the battles in like the monarchic period against the Assyrians.
Hi.
Hi. I think
Hello.
Kurt defeated him.
What do you think,
I mean,
Mod?
Good job, Kurt.
About what?
I think it's just a connection issue.
No, I think it was a win. Big W, Kurt.
Nah.
Vibe, come back.
I'm
refresh.
sure he'll return in a second. He was in the middle of his sentence.
Refresh, Vibe.
Yeah, F5 can help for sure. It can help for sure.
All right, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I'm gonna play Zill's advocate here against Kurt.
Yeah.
Kurt, you're sitting there telling us all these historical facts, but you don't believe events exist. What say you?
Bam.
You understand that I believe that events took place in history. I just don't accept that
But they weren't real.
Causal realism. Like,
There was
the human descriptions of reality are like the reports of the people who are reporting what they genuinely saw and had impressions and ideas of.
That
Like,
was
that's
all
separate
arbitrary.
from causal realism.
It's all arbitrary nonsense.
That's beautiful.
Though.
Yeah, right. It's not at all constrained by the fact that they're biological organisms. They can just make up anything.
I'm just gibberating and keep the gibberation rules in effect.
Well,
I knew Zill wasn't going to think of it. I was just like waiting for Zill to jump in and be like,
True.
"Come here, S word, I'm going to get you," but he never did.
I guess he restrained himself.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was hoping Vibe would come back. It's just weird for me to have somebody who like accepts evolution and accepts the age of the earth, but thinks that the Exodus story is real. It's really strange.
Yeah, it is kind of odd.
In the chat, he said his son called. He had to go.
Oh.
Well, I hope his kids turn out well.
Well, now we just have to listen to Zill make crickets.
So, what's your demonstration the
What you
Exodus
got
took
for
place?
us, Zill?
My demonstration, the Exodus took place. Didn't they find some stuff? Mod, didn't they find
Wow,
some
that's
stuff?
awesome. Really well done. Thank you.
Mod,
You've
I am
convinced
not
me.
talking about Ron Wyatt.
Tell
No.
us about Ron Wyatt, Rod.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
Something about chariot wheels in the Dead Sea.
No.
Yeah.
No.
All right, guys. All right.
Who do you
let's
think made the
see.
pyramids, Zill?
The cats, right? The
Joseph
cats?
made those to store grain.
Is that Ben Carson?
That's my Ben Carson.
That was the pharaohs and stuff.
You notice since Ben Carson, nobody says it's not brain surgery anymore. It's like a gone thing.
He killed that analogy.
He killed it. And Elon Musk has destroyed It's Not Rocket Science.
Dang.
Darth Dawkins destroyed It's Not Rocket Surgery.
And Richard Dawkins destroyed evolution.
No, he proved evolution.
Got him.
Got him.
Yeah, he got evolution all right.
He evolved. He evolved into an ape.
What is your issue with evolution?
Marjorie Milson.
Mine?
It seems like both of y'all have an issue with evolution, right?
They hate it. They hate
I
its
don't hate it.
guts.
I think it sounds fun. I wish it was true.
Well, your wishes are granted.
Oh, boy.
There, you live in an evolutionary
Wait,
world.
what do you think? It's like you can go to Disney World and like pay an extra amount and evolve. Like, it's not how it works.
No.
It's not
I mean,
fun.
that would be great.
Right.
It's like
If I could turn
literally
into
doing it right now.
If I could turn into a tiger, it'd be fun.
It would.
I mean, wouldn't that be fun? Like, literally?
Except that nobody says that
Wait,
happens.
how did we go
I
from
didn't
evolution
either.
to animorphs?
Well, animals evolve into animals, right?
That's the understanding of evolution by young Earth creationists.
No, it's animorph. It's the character
Yeah, you
fading
turn-
into the animal.
No, my
You turn.
my thing
Pokemon
is
meets
origins.
Animorph.
Is the origins.
Like infinite origins?
It just, just suddenly just showed up. All this, all our brains and how we keep records and stuff. It's just nothing else on Earth does that. It's just weird.
I agree. Things do
And
not
I think
tend
that we're
towards
all.
sophistication.
I think that we're all just humans, and being wrong feels just like being right. Like, I have to keep saying that, because we've been wrong a lot. What's to say we're not wrong now? I just don't want to put all of my cards on that,
Maybe the reason that we look so different than the rest of the animals on the Earth is that we're aliens.
Ooh.
Panspermia.
Alien theory, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Is that more or less likely than God created
Wait,
everything?
isn't that just Star Trek where they dropped a bunch of humanoids around the galaxy? And
yeah, it's panspermia.
Wouldn't we have evidence of that?
Yeah, we are the evidence of that.
Is that the pyramids?
Pyramids are the evidence of that. Forks, automobiles, cell phones.
But like Mod was saying, what's up with all this sophistication stuff?
Ancient aliens. I just gave you the answer.
Oh, right.
But you weren't listening, apparently.
It's just the Bible they have a problem with. Everything else is.
Yeah,
totally
I don't like false books.
I mean, but you're going to believe the ancient alien theory. Okay. There isn't even a book for that. People are just saying it.
There's tons of books about that. What are you talking about? Star Trek, you just mentioned it.
Graham Hancock.
I mean, there's books about people talking about it, but there's tons of books about the Bible, too. Those aren't the Bible, right?
Have you heard of the Urantia book?
No.
The Urantia book is a holy book that was made, I want to say, in the 40s or 50s. And it was a guy that spirit channeled the whole book. He claims this. So it's a big book. It has Jesus in it. It has all kinds of people in the Bible in it. But it tells the real story about them. And he claims that it was spirit channeled from extraterrestrial, extra dimensional beings, as Zill would put it. And they gave him the knowledge to write the whole book.
Kind of like Aleister Crowley.
Wow, that sounds amazing. How can I find this book?
It's online. Urantiabook.com.
Oh.
Yep.
That's not an advertisement either. I'm legitimately interested in this book. This seems legit.
Yeah, when I was
What do you
deconverting,
guys-
I was hung up on it.
What do you guys think about people like Aleister Crowley?
I think
He's
he was a
just
smart
crazy.
dude.
I'm interested in the ranch dressing book.
Your ranch dressing?
Figures.
That guy was Alaskan. We respect that.
What about what?
It's a Hidden Valley book.
What about Aleister Crowley?
Well,
He was a weird dude. Hung out with rocket scientists. What do you want about
he
it?
wrote books too, and said that he talked to aliens too, or what looked like aliens.
And didn't he say he did magic?
Yep.
Yeah,
Tried
I thought
to.
he did magic. That's kind of weird.
Ozzy's song about him.
Pretty serious, very serious
Yeah, Ozzy's
stuff.
song was pretty amazing.
I mean, he went into
So
child
why has it been
sacrifice
like
and
100 years
That's
since
pretty
anyone's done
horrible.
magic?
But don't
It
talk
is.
about that. Don't talk about that. But that's pretty horrible that he would do that. But don't talk about
Right.
that.
Yeah. People are
So-
doing magic all the time, Ed.
Right, but the point is he was so serious about it. So was he just like pretending and doing crazy things,
Or are people just not weird?
Wait.
People are
this
weird
is
today.
not-
All
People
this
down,
are
is
people
weird
not
are
back
still
that.
then.
doing it.
People are weird.
This is not
People are
that.
doing exactly what he wrote about still today.
Means he was a prophet of God then, right?
We're gonna do
not,
it.
not of
He
God.
wouldn't even- he
We
wouldn't
gonna
even call
do
himself
it,
that.
Do it.
He hated God.
Do the Christians here think that demons and devils can make people prophesy
I do.
accurately?
So they have
Accurately, no.
infinite knowledge of the future.
Nope. I said no to that.
Say, you should
So
read
then
your
they
own book
can't
on
give
that
you
one.
an
There,
accurate
Rule.
Well,
prophecy.
I mean, give them prophecies, whatever, fake prophecies,
Yeah,
whatever.
But if the stuff
can
is coming,
communicate with them.
if Alistair Crowley's stuff is coming true today, that means he was a prophet of God then, right?
I said people still do it today.
Oh, I thought you
Practice
said
it.
the
That's-
stuff he said was coming. Okay, my bad.
No.
Do you know that in the Bible there is a demonic spirit that makes a little girl prophesy correctly about the future? The spirit's name is Pythios. It's the spirit of the snake in Greek. And it happens in Acts when Paul comes across her and the little girl keeps following Paul around and saying, here, this one's preaching from the Most High. This one's preaching in the Most High. And he's just like, shut up. And then he drives the spirit out of her because he doesn't like getting credit for being one of the chosen ones of God, I guess. I don't know. But
Oh, the spirit of divination, it says.
Wasn't that like a fortune teller or something?
yeah, prophet. They were telling the future.
Yeah. And she was like, she worked for somebody or something.
Yeah,
And then the guy got mad?
She was a slave girl, and her owners got mad because they made a lot of money off of her prophecies.
Right.
But that kind of throws a wrench into how the metaphysics works. If demonic beings can actually accurately prophesy the future, right?
Well, they're not
what
dumb.
if-
They know humans. They know how we act. I mean, how hard is it for them to be like, yo, your mom still loves you, from the grave or whatever?
Yeah, and
whatever
what if they
were
can-
saying.
What if they can cause it to happen or whatever?
I wouldn't go that far,
But then wouldn't we be able, like, a little cautious of any prophets that we think are from God? Because they could be from devils.
Well, then, we know the difference between prophets of God and then this spirit of divination person.
What's the difference?
One is from God and one is not.
How would we tell the difference is what I'm asking, not like ontologically.
Well, we don't have any new prophets of God after Jesus, but
That's not true.
they would be saying things related to like what God
Wait,
wants
who
to do
split
instead
the
of just
moon,
like
then?
random stuff for money.
You know the moon got split, right? So obviously that's
That was the whole thing.
Well, the Bible even says in the end times that God will pour out his spirit and his sons and daughters will prophesy and dream dreams. So there will be our prophets or whatever after Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah, and there are like very specific rules on how to deal with false prophets.
Otherwise,
Mhm.
how would Candace Owens have had the dream, right, BS?
Exactly. That's why I rooted for her in the debate.
So
I'm just saying. Go ahead, Ed.
Oh no, go for it.
I was just saying, but you can just say.
I'm just saying you can't. Prophets aren't really a thing that was cut off in the Bible. There's really no part that was like, hey, this is the final end message. We're not doing anything afterwards, depending on which sect you believe in.
The Quran makes that statement. They say that Muhammad is the final prophet, but the Bible
Well,
never.
yeah,
has
he
that.
split the moon. I mean, when you do that, you kind of get respect.
Yeah, I've only shot the moon before, never split it.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess, yeah, Revelation says there's going to be prophets. Or no, I don't know.
Yeah. So my question to the Christians on panel is, how do we tell the difference between the prophets of God and the prophets of Satan?
Well, I just Googled it, because I don't know. But it says testing their message against the Bible, looking for total fulfillment in any predictive words, and ensuring they honor Jesus Christ.
Okay, here's
That's,
it.
but I don't know.
For the last step, honoring Jesus Christ, did you know that no Old Testament prophets ever said the word Jesus?
Right. So
Yeah,
this would
go ahead.
that would apply to newer ones, I guess.
Well, in the Christian view, but if the Christian view says that you have to acknowledge Jesus Christ, and none of the Old Testament prophets did that, then we couldn't be
I
suspicious.
thought you were
of some of
talking
the
about
Old-
right now, though. We were talking about.
And
It's
I'm
like-
just saying, how does prophecy work in general, like past, present, future, like all of it?
The other parts that she said would still apply, where we would look at is it cohesive with the rest of the scripture, right? Does it match what God's plan would be?
Well, aren't they the ones telling you what God's plan is going to be?
God creates the future.
Hold on, I'm still
They're
looking it
telling
up.
the future.
Yeah, it's kind of
God's
circular,
prophets, so in the Old Testament, God's prophets were in Israel, right? I guess specifically.
right? Yeah, and the desert
So
nations.
before Jesus, they would only be from Israel.
Not
So that's
necessarily.
one way to
Ba-
tell.
Balaam is
Well,
a prophet,
no.
and he's not from Israel.
Yeah, lots of the prophets weren't from Israel before they arrived in Israel.
Yeah, if you count Abraham as a prophet, Israel wasn't even a thing.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It says a couple of things, but it says through a combination of immediate supernatural signs, undeniable predictive accuracy, and public validation by spiritual authorities. Whatever that means.
Yeah, I don't like the spiritual authorities thing. I feel like
Oh,
that's
Yeah, like
Yeah, because you just
I
don't
was
believe
saying
any of those.
Catholic,
There aren't
talking
any of
about
those today.
Orthodox.
So it's
Yeah,
obvious there
moms.
isn't any prophets. Like,
Go check
there's
with
no
my
one I
mom.
would trust.
I go check it with my mom. What do you think, Mom?
Oh, I'd check with her before any of these, before the Pope.
I'll check it with
You can
tacos.
check with an E-mom.
Ah,
Got him.
Kurt,
That's a
is,
mom you rent electronically, right?
Kurt is very punny today.
The
Got
Flavor
him.
Flav thing just kills it, though. That was
That
the best.
was the joke of the day.
Yeah. That was
All I'm saying is the epistemology of trying to sort through this stuff, good versus bad prophets, because this goes into like the spiritual realm that Zill was talking about. You guys also want us to believe that the spiritual realm is full of good and bad agents, and they're at war with each other, and they can both influence our behavior and sometimes take over our bodies and override our free will. I don't know. Depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Anyway.
So you guys really think gods exist? Well, why is it that you guys think gods exist? Is there anything that you could tell us that might be convincing?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that's up to y'all. That's why I don't even argue with you guys, because I'm like, if you guys want to know something, you want information, you're just as capable as anybody else to go out there and look it up yourself. I mean, I'm just here, just trying to hang out.
Nice.
Right.
Do you care if I go to Hell Mod?
I do, but what am I gonna do about it?
Fight hard for my soul.
Would that work? Would that work? No.
Drag me from the flaming fire.
I would literally have to present God to you, and I can't do that.
All right. Well, I think the strongest argument for Christianity is the worldview.
Okay.
And the explanation. What'd you say?
I think it's in creation. Sorry, I know I just said I didn't have an answer. But
yeah.
My bad.
Yep, in creation and as an explanation for how we got here.
So how do you demonstrate that anything was ever created?
I don't.
Well,
I just have faith myself.
That's not a very strong argument.
There you go.
And kids are created.
No. They're rearrangements of pre-existing stuff.
Yeah. See, you have an answer like that for everything. That's why I don't even have an answer.
Everything is a
You know?
rearrangement of pre-existing stuff. That's
Exactly.
correct.
Energy can't be
Exactly.
created or destroyed. Yeah, that's the answer.
Right.
Well, is that an
Not
assertion
yet.
of
Oh, a guy said. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
God, a mod?
It's a strong inductive argument. I agree that it's like doesn't have deductive certainty, but there are no
But-
counterexamples.
You don't have to believe that at all. I was just saying that's what I think.
Well,
You
I
know.
don't have to worry about hell because Zill's already convinced me eternity doesn't exist. So cool.
I spent time on a panel talking to Zill. I'm not worried about hell.
Yeah, eternal
Oh
conscious.
my goodness! Don't even.
If I can handle this,
I
I can handle that.
I talk to Zill all the time. He's chill.
Chill zone.
Sometimes.
We call them
Chill zone.
chill chone.
What about you? What about you, Tacos? What convinces you that you're right?
Yeah, tacos.
The world, the natural reality around us, right? I mean, I've presented my argument and my position quite a few times, but it does seem to be the case that by some way or how the stuff can't fail to exist, right? Something can't come from nothing, right? I think we'd all agree on that.
Right.
Because something can't come from nothing, it would have to always exist. That leaves no room for anything besides substance.
Infinite
Everything's going to be a
substance?
product of the substance.
Yeah, but what about like love and feelings and
I just
stuff
told
like that?
you.
Yeah, but
I
where do
just
they
told
come
you.
from?
Nothing more.
Your body.
The
Just
love
nothing.
fairy.
Well, no,
Chemicals.
it comes from the
Chemicals.
universe, right? Everything comes from the universe.
I mean, think about how complex that is, our systems, and how it releases chemicals in the moments we need them. And I mean,
Yeah,
it just
that's how it
that just
works.
How weird that an
evolved.
organism
We don't have anything. We don't have anything that
described the things
did
that
work
it's to
before
reproduce
that.
more
Crazy.
organisms.
It's
I mean, and how-
absolutely crazy that we managed to survive so long with chemicals that get released when we need them to.
It is crazy. It is crazy because it's like, wow, we just bam, male and female. Now we're just like bringing babies into the world, and that just happened. It didn't. It wasn't
do you
like trying to
understand?
get here didn't kill us all. You know.
Maud, do you understand like how gender and sex like come about through bilaterian evolution, and that there are many organisms
No.
that like
No,
It's
no.
are not sexually reproducing and they do fine?
She knows
But
that.
humans do.
No, there are bilaterian organisms that are like lizards or salamanders
Starfish.
that don't have sexual reproduction.
But humans do. Why?
Yeah, humans do, but
Why?
because they descended from other animals that reproduce sexually. Other primates reproduce sexually.
That's just a guess, right? Like,
No,
oh, a theory. It's a theory.
Literally,
They have-
it's almost as sure as anything we can know.
I think we can all agree evolution is a
Wow.
miracle.
Yeah, there you go.
No,
Nailed it.
It's the only miracle I believe in.
Exactly. You have faith in it. You do.
I do not
do.
accept that it's a miracle. It's not miraculous.
You have faith that it happened.
Have you ever
Literally just math and chemistry.
have you looked at a tree?
Yeah, just literally just
I've
math and
seen the
chemistry.
trees.
We're here. It's amazing. Or it's not even amazing. It's just crap. Just
It's
floating
amazing
around
to
crap.
us, absolutely, and we should be amazed about like all the cool things that people can and have done. I don't think that we lose anything amazing by actually knowing how it all works.
No, I see. That's the thing. I don't think that we know. I think that we think we know. That's what I think.
We know a great deal. We know so much more than was known even 150 years ago, and it's only going to get better
Right.
as long as
Exactly,
we don't
but I'm
like
saying, how are
go
we
back
not wrong
into
right
a
now?
like the last time the Christian church had hold of everything, like the whole world got set back six or
Listen.
700 years.
I don't want that. I don't want Christian nationalism or Christianity to take over or anything like that. I'm not saying that I want anything like that, but you know, I'm just saying it's kind of weird. Like, you know, I don't know. Just never mind. I lost my train of thought.
Well, I'm glad you don't want Christian nationalism, but the problem is that there's a lot of Christians who do, and they're like pushing Christian nationalism, and it's getting funding and attention, and a lot of people are promoting it, and it would be very bad. So I agree that like Christians should be allies of people who are secular, who don't want Christian nationalism, and I will ally with anybody like you. And you are correct, Maud.
Thank you. Yeah, I
Got
wish I
'em.
knew how to debate, because I would totally debate. I would actually like to do that, but
I wish
I
more
can't.
Christians debated against Christian nationalism like you and Reacts do.
yeah, that's what I mean too. Like, I would totally do that. Or like feminism. Sorry, no offense.
I would argue against Christian
Interesting.
feminism.
Very
I mean, like,
Down with trad wives.
So Tacos, do you believe in an infinite substrate?
No.
Well,
It would
Then
be
you
maximally, or it would
say-
be not maximally. It would be appropriately powerful, appropriately knowing, appropriately
right, powerful, knowing. I mean, all powerful sums up
what
everything else, right?
It would, yeah, no, I guess it would have all of the power. How's that? Is that better?
Sure. So it's basically you're describing God, but you don't want to call it God.
No,
You want to
that
call it
wouldn't be
substrate.
God.
Of course it would. You want to call it
Has no
substrate. You
mind.
don't want to call it God.
How does something with no
Have
mind?
faith in the substrate.
Do you think that God can have no mind? When you say God, is that something with no mind?
Oh, okay. So the substrate does not have a mind, right?
Yeah, no mind.
So it's everything except for the mind of God, right?
What?
All
No,
the
it's just gonna be
attributes and
like a
qualities of God except for
quantum-
the mind, right?
It's gonna be like a quantum field or something.
So all of the
That's
attributes.
nothing like God. All powerful just literally means that it has all of the power. Like all of the stuff in the universe is there.
Oh,
That's
like
literally all the
energy?
power.
Like all energy type of thing?
If God has
I don't
all
know if
of
it would
the
be energy in that
power,
state.
why is there still power?
Why is there still power?
That's a relevant question. Don't laugh away that
Or
one.
maybe you could say it would be like what's
And if-
He is
nomologically.
all powerful. He does
You-
not possess everybody's power, but he is
Well, then
all
he doesn't have
powerful.
all the power. He has like only
He
some
does
of the
not.
power. Phil.
That's true, Kurt. That's so true.
Yeah, literally everything
God.
arises from the
guys.
substrate, dude. Also, Missing Mod, thank you so much for the super chat. Greatly appreciated. She says, look, guys, I'm on TV. That's a great point. Also, we're at 22 minutes and 11 to go. That's that's 9 super chats to go, and we'll be there. I was going to say one super chat every 2 minutes, but I can't math. That's one super chat every, 2-point-something minutes. Anyways, if you're loving the show, please consider supporting with super chat. Help us hit that goal. If you barely like the show, make sure you slam that like button and share this with a friend. Get a taco membership, the whole shebang.
Just quick point of moderation. Right now, B.S. Lewis and Missing Maud look like Bruce Willis and Sybil Shepherd from Moonlighting. Just making that point.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
That's
nice.
true. I do have a receding hairline like Bruce Willis. Thanks.
So is there anything that would convince either of you that no gods exist or no God exists?
What if you saw a dog coming from a nod dog?
Go ahead.
Can anybody give me an explanation for why we're here and what we're supposed to do?
Impossibility of the contrary and
Thank you,
experience.
Hizzle. Greatly appreciated. That was a wonderful point. Also, Hizzle's in the back now. We called him out. What's up, Hizzle?
Hizzle.
What up? What's going on?
So, Hizzle, why are you an
What's up,
atheist?
Yeah.
I was never convinced. I grew up in a religious household, and it never stuck. We were talking about this the other day. I was turned off by things like the Nicene Creed. I was turned off by things that I was hearing not comporting with reality, and people kind of being flippant about it, not having good answers. And so early on, it just never stuck.
That makes sense.
Nicene Creed was really goofy, like those kind of chants and stuff, and I don't know, they're just I wouldn't think we would need that today.
Right, it gives a weird vibe, right?
Yeah, very weird. Even as a young man, 8 or 9 years old.
Dude, even the singing in church gives a weird vibe, man.
Some of it's all right, some of it's tolerable, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of like,
We
weird
got some nice songs.
Also, Kurt with a super chat, he says Chalcedon is bad too as creeds go.
Yeah, the fact that you know what the Nicene Creed was when you were 9 years old is pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, they talked about it a lot. My parents were kind of
Your parents
intellectual
talked
about
to 9-year-old about that?
Oh yeah.
That's wild.
Yep. But it was like they were cool. Like there was no fire and brimstone. It was just God was pretty much relegated to, the mystic force, and it was just Jesus was the main focal point. There was no hell, nothing like that.
Also, Doombase with the super chat, he says convert to Adontology. Thank you so much for the super chat. Greatly appreciated. Also,
I believe it is a donatology.
Cool.
That's good.
Goal.
Can we get another goal
It's a
up? Can we get the song going?
donatology.
I'm imagining a young Hizzle's parents coming up to him and he's like, Mom and Dad, can you tell me how Jesus is God? I don't understand. Like, let me tell you the story about a bunch of stuffy old men who got together in this room one day and decided that Jesus
Tell
is
you
God.
the story
And
about a creed named Nicene.
It wasn't that far away. It wasn't that far from that. Not quite so graphic, but and I would come to them and I'd be, we had Benny Hinn in Orlando at the time, like right across the street from the Episcopal church me and my dad went to. And I'd be like, what's up with
what's your answer, Hizzle, for why we're here and what we're supposed to do and how we got here?
I don't know much about why, but
that's an interesting question, Zill.
Yeah, the how, I'm definitely a naturalist. So everything that I have seen thus far points to natural processes.
I would say it's a question begging. In other words, it assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Sure. Yeah,
Well, I want to know the answer.
Created, I wouldn't say that anything was created.
I mean, you'd have to demonstrate that there needs to be some external purpose that comes separate from the organismal and like somatic markers within the organism. And I just don't see any evidence of that.
Yeah, created also infers, what's it called? Agency, choice of some sort.
Yeah.
So
and
formed.
A purpose.
Yeah, formed. Yeah, formed. So far, the only thing I can think of is, as far as the purpose, is to pass our genes on. I got some Jankos. I got some Jankos for you, dog. They don't,
nice.
They don't fit no more. What's up?
You're born, you eat a lot of Mexican food, and then you die.
Yeah, I don't see a universal purpose. I think we create our own purposes, but as far as life is concerned, that's just a result of, chemicals and pent up energy.
Okay, is that a similar answer to what we're supposed to do, like our oughts and stuff?
No.
What do you think?
That's separate.
That is
intersectionality. How we interact with other people has formed those
intersexuality,
like collaboration and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly collaboration type. So like consensus-based morality type stuff.
Not necessarily. There's other ways other than just consensus, but yeah, ultimately smaller group consensus. Yeah, people you associate with over long periods of time.
Cool. I think I talked about this at some point previous, but Yeah, I think that's fine you have that worldview. I'm just still more convinced about the Christian worldview where God as the creator is the answer for the how, why we're here, and what we're supposed to do.
What's
And
your purpose, Sil?
to love God and love others and do the good works He set out for me to do, and do that stuff I'm supposed to do.
Like what?
Your purpose is to do the stuff you're supposed to do?
Is that kind of a non-answer?
Well, I should
I
love
think
God and
my
love
purpose-
others.
I think
do
my
that.
purpose is to bring forth,
Sorry.
same as everyone's,
Bring forth
Bring
what?
forth children.
Oh,
Children.
oh.
Yeah. What
Oh.
other job do we have?
Well, my
That's
spermies
what
don't.
organisms do. They
that's
bring
very
forth after their
evolutionary.
kind
Yeah,
in
yeah.
matter.
That's very evolutionary.
Yeah,
It is.
I guess. I guess.
My
Whatever.
spermies don't swim though, so I
But
guess
I mean, that is.
I guess I don't have. I don't have any purpose in this world.
Oh, that's not true. You're a great
not?
uncle and friend.
Wait, it's
You
not
just
true.
said it was true.
You just said it was true.
No, but I'm saying like that's my purpose.
Oh, that's your personal purpose.
Oh.
Okay, gotcha.
Subjective purpose. I get it.
I mean, I haven't done anything else but be a bad example other than that.
Does that make you a perpetrator with a purpose?
I guess.
Perpetrate.
I guess. I'm just saying I don't think I have like a big overall other than that. I mean,
So if
What else
I
is
got the snip mod, does that mean I'm sinning because I'm going against my purpose?
you have kids though, don't you?
All right. That was a spectacular song. I thought that fit the conversation perfectly.
Damn.
His
It was
I
a
think
double.
I think your point is even better than just that the Nicene Creed doesn't make any sense. I think it's that if like Constantine had lost the battle at the Milvian Bridge, we wouldn't even know anything about Christianity.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, it's a little scary. It's listening to that was a little terrifying. I was looking around at the congregants. They were all mostly nice people. It was the Episcopal Church. Everybody was pretty cool. But yeah, it was just weird. But that's interesting. Yeah. If what was it? The Battle of what?
The Milvian Bridge. So
Novian.
Milvian, Milvian.
Milvian.
So the story of it is that there was this two emperor system at the time. So there was an emperor in the east and an emperor in the west. And Constantine's dad, Constantius, had been the emperor in the west, but he died. And at the time that he died, Constantine was up in Europe, in England. And so he wasn't able to seize power in Rome. But he had legions with him. So he took all of his legions and crossed France and got back into Italy to try to attack Rome and become the emperor, because, of course, all the Roman wars were civil wars at this point. And he was in a pretty weak position because Rome had like massive fortifications and walls because the Romans were paranoid from 250 BC when the Gauls sacked them. And so it was a very, very, very difficult city to siege. Hannibal couldn't take Rome by sieging it. So Maxentius, who had taken power and was the Western emperor at the time, was sitting in Rome with all of his legions and could easily have just waited Constantine out, and his army would have gradually bled away. Like, that's like, I'll just take care of this guy in one day. And he went out and fought him, and his field of battle was chosen so poorly that his entire legions got backed up to a river, and they couldn't cross the bridge in time to retreat back to Rome, and Constantine's troops wiped them out.
Interesting.
And the legend is that Constantine thought that God, the Christian God, had given him that victory. Whether that's in any way the case or not is like difficult to argue. The earliest story we have of it is that just Constantine had a dream the night before that told him that like he should paint the symbol for Christianity on their shields, and that would allow them to win.
The
But
night
even
before,
that,
you said?
Yeah,
The night,
night before the battle. Even that, like that's told after the battle has been won, right? Like, we don't
Sure.
know that for sure was something that.
And who said that? Who said that? Who claimed
Constantine said
okay.
to his historian Lactantius, who wrote it up first.
Gotcha.
But by the time Eusebius is writing about this, and Eusebius is like the main like author of the Christian history, Eusebius is writing it like Constantine saw a vision in the sky of the symbol, and all of his troops saw it as well, and like it's this miraculous event, and like no, none of that happened.
It's crazy how it goes from a dream to something like God message, you know?
Yeah, well, it's like people expand on stories and make them look bigger than they really were over time to try to prove a point that some group is specially favored, right? That happens all the time in history.
Yeah.
People normally benefit from that, though, don't they?
Yeah.
No.
Not Jesus.
No.
I mean, I would say
I got to
they
take a
benefit-
phone call, guys, but
in social, I mean, when some people like the people who proclaim that can sometimes, I mean, sometimes you can wiggle your way into being emperor.
Yeah, so people who normally seek a following or get a following will personally benefit in this life, like materially and stuff, right? Or other ways.
Yeah, I think Constantine was pretty set either way in this case.
Okay.
But I don't know. Let's wait for Mr. Kurt.
Oh, nice.
That's a good way to assure that the populace follows you if you say a god did it, you know?
Absolutely.
And Missing Mod with a super chat.
Oh, thank you, Mom.
Yes, thank you very much, Missing Mod. Greatly appreciated. Hazel gets a $2 protection potion.
Excellent.
Excellent.
All right. You wanted to talk about, or are we going to stay on this historical topic?
Well, we can jump. We can, you know.
Want to stay on this historical topic? Is there more?
No, I mean, it's up to you guys. Kurt went in and was telling us about the thing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, we could.
Very educational.
It is.
Well, I wanted to talk about if an infinite God can actually exist.
We can go back to that, sure.
So, if the spiritual realm is a higher realm, like a higher spatial realm, where infinities can exist, where infinities cannot exist in our space-time, maybe that's not even relevant. But can it be? Is it logically sound for that to be possible? Yeah. Or what argument do you have against that?
Well, I would say, do we have any evidence for it?
But can it be? Can.
I don't know if it can or can't. Are you deaf, child?
Whoa, chill.
Let's be a little bit respectful.
But he's not listening. That's part of this whole thing. I mean, listen to people when they're talking to you.
So you don't know if we can. But I guess your side would be to argue the impossibility of it. I think that was part of the thing
No,
I was
not
saying yesterday, right?
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is, and that's not my side.
He was agnostic deist.
He was a deist? Okay.
Like an agnostic deist or bare theist or something like that.
Yeah, that's not anything that I hold. I'm not convinced of any of the gods that have come to me, and naturalism seems like it solves all the answers.
So if your position is you don't know if a infinite God can exist, then I'll just assert that he can.
Okay.
All right. What do you think, Tacos?
What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Really?
Well,
No.
yeah. I mean,
No,
what the hell, dude? I love you, Zill. I love you, dude. I literally love you, bro. But like, come on now.
So that's your argument that it's impossible
No.
because I can't provide evidence that it is possible.
No. Have you talked about the null hypothesis yet, Taco? Have you?
No, you want to go over it?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. You're better at it than me.
No, I'm not. You can.
Well, I mean, have you seen the gumball experiment? Are you familiar with the gumball jar experiment? You know, you're looking at a jar of gumballs filled to the brim.
Oh, the jelly bean. I got you.
Jelly beans, or yeah, whatever. I prefer gumballs because they're delicious. But again, if somebody were to ask you if there were an even number of gumballs in that jar, what would you say?
50%.
Yeah, I would say I don't know. And the same thing as if they asked me if there was an even number. I don't know. We can count them and find out, but I don't know. My current state is
I'd say it's a 50-50 shot.
Well, of course it's a 50-50 shot with odd and even, but how would we know either way unless we counted them? We really wouldn't. Okay. So we would stay in the null hypothesis. We would stay in a state where we don't know. That doesn't mean that there can't be an even number, and it doesn't mean that there can't be an odd number.
Okay, that doesn't mean there can't be an infinite God. Thank you.
Well, you'd have to prove that an infinite God could exist. I'm not saying I know that one couldn't exist. I'm not making that claim.
So how is me saying just because we don't know doesn't mean an infinite God can't exist using your logic?
You can. But now you would have to prove that a God did.
Oh, I just did. Oh, so I just proved that an infinite God can actually exist.
No, you proved
just
that
because
I
we don't know.
No,
mean...
you proved that I don't know if a God can an infinite God can exist.
But that's all
mean
you proved. Can't.
That's all you proved.
Right, but with the I don't know,
you're not sneaking anything in here. I don't know if it can or can't. I don't know if it could exist. I don't know if a God could exist at all. So you have to bring evidence to show whether something like that
don't
exists.
I just have to prove the possibility of it?
No.
That's what, right?
No. What are you talking about?
But can an infinite God actually exist?
I don't know.
So possibility.
You'd have to prove that. I can't assert whether it can or can't. Neither can you. You would have to prove it. I mean, you can assert
wouldn't
it.
Wouldn't I only have to suppose the possibility of it?
No. You'd have to propose that it exists. I mean, that's one step, is proving that it's possible. That's a step. But that doesn't mean that it exists once you prove that it's possible.
Well, we're only talking about if it can.
No, we're talking about if it does. Well, are you talking about, okay, you're
the title.
You're right, the title. Yeah. Can an infinite God actually exist? Yeah, I'm a terrible person to argue with or debate this with because I don't know. Taco probably has been.
I'd say almost certainly not.
Based on which argument? Or you already gave it earlier, right?
Well, there were a bunch of arguments presented in the debate yesterday against possible infinities. I mean, it seems to be the case that any possible infinities either don't exist or we know they're traversed, right? So I'd say that infinities don't necessarily apply to like reality. You're never going to get a set, right? Like infinity in time is
so you
like
reject
infinite
that.
Forward motion. Infinity backwards in time is like infinite backwards motion in time, right? It's not
is that a time?
No, I'm just saying just time.
No,
it's just not. No, like, I'm just saying that like infinite motion either way in time would just be forwards or backwards infinitely, right? Who knows? I don't know if you can go. I don't think you can go back infinitely. I think there's a necessary foundation, but I don't think that.
So you believe the universe came into existence?
What? That's not what a necessary foundation means at all.
Oh, what does that mean?
It means it can't fail to exist. It had to have always existed.
Oh, is that a necessitarian?
No.
I saw that in chat. What is it? What do you call that?
A necessary being?
Oh, okay. So that's the uncaused, your uncaused cause, right?
If causality is not real in that state, then no.
Oh, so it would be like a higher realm or something?
No.
How can it exist in our space-time in that state?
What?
Magic? How can it exist?
Space-time is emergent.
It sure is.
It's emergent. From
Space-time began to exist.
Oh, do you think the universe began to exist?
No, I said there's a necessary foundation.
Which would be the universe. Yeah.
Oh, wait. So you think the universe was there before space-time? Is that right?
Something was, don't you think?
Yeah, God. So you see this substrate, this atemporal substrate.
So how do you get
in
from
a similar
something
way that I see God?
So there's an important line of logic, because I think you might be skipping a step. Because when I see something arises from nothing, no, that's impossible. Okay, so something arises from something, right? So you have the initial substrate arising, or you have the initial substrate existing, and then you have the different instantiations of the universe arising, right? Possible different instantiations of the universe arising. So, like, where are you getting from something, as in the universe having to exist, to a God? How do you bridge that? Because that's a pretty massive gap.
Well, yeah, and I think the arguments that a mind was the creator are compelling. Personally, I think they're compelling. And that goes back to the worldview, because it answers the life's biggest questions: how, why we're here, and what we're supposed to do. And the teleological
That's a consequentialist argument.
Yeah,
it's
maybe
a consequentialist argument.
Maybe the how, but not the why. I mean, I don't think it answers all of those questions. I think there's a lot of that's interpreted.
The Christian worldview answers those questions, all of those questions. My worldview does.
Yeah, yours might, but I don't know about all Christians.
Well,
all right. Well, so explain how the universe arose. Then explain that process to me.
Whether or not I mean, it's probably something like the Big Bang.
So how did God make the current state of space-time?
Probably something like the Big Bang. I don't know.
Because I can provide you multiple different papers on ways that this could happen.
It explains so
God.
much. We see how much it explains now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, God could have created the universe using the Big Bang. So.
They're just
it explains what ideas wander around in Zill's head.
So an explanation isn't like oh, this did that, because you could just say no, the quantum field did it.
Right, and
an explanation would be going to be like.
But then you guys say you don't have faith in the quantum field.
Explanation.
But you guys then have faith in the quantum field being the origination of the universe.
The math point.
Well, it's a justified belief, and it's probably true.
Well, but you have faith in it.
No, just belief.
It's a justified belief, and it's probably true.
Justified
belief, but not faith.
Faith is unjustified belief.
Correct.
Faith is belief because you want it.
But don't you see the parallel that I was drawing, Tacos? The way you see the substrate, would you say the substrate's atemporal?
No, it would probably have to be.
Right.
Or exists within some type of like different time that exists in a fundamental state.
So you and I believe in a similar type of realm outside of our space-time.
No, it's not a realm. That's a nonsense phrase. It's just going to be like a quantum field or quantum wave function, which are empirically demonstrated and we know quite a bit about.
So you believe outside of our space-time is a quantum field or wave function or a
don't?
whole bunch of them.
You
right?
don't?
Well, earlier we were talking about, and some people in chat were like, if something's outside of space-time, it doesn't exist.
It doesn't.
There you go. See, tacos? So, Hizzle, you disagree with tacos.
Space-time is emergent. No, he doesn't disagree with
Yes,
me.
he
Space-time
does.
is-
No.
well, he might, but I
Well,
don't think he does.
not in that regard, but
Got him.
like existing outside of space time is a weird proposition. Like existence kind of requires.
Okay, that's
space-time.
interesting. Do you think another word could describe
Probably.
the being? Maybe being? Because tacos calls it a necessary being, right?
Yeah. So maybe, yeah. I mean, I think there might be better verbiage for that. Somebody may know. Kurt may know.
I think I described it properly.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You did.
All right, so
It's
let's go with
something
being.
that exists. So it's a being in the sense that it exists.
Oh, okay. So, would you? Okay.
See,
So in this discussion, are those synonymous?
you
kinda?
wouldn't, it wouldn't necessitate space time to exist.
You're right. It would be in a state where it did not need
If
space-time to
space-time is
exist.
emergent, then it wouldn't be necessitated an initial state. But I think there's probably going to be still some type of change. So there's going to be some type of time. It just might not be measurable in the way we know.
Sure.
Or anyway.
Sure.
Because we only have access to the classical. We don't have access to the quantum in that way, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Time is an interesting beast.
I mean, we can do quantum tests and stuff, but we're currently in space-time.
Right.
We are. So tacos.
Which
you
one
believe-
was Pluto? Who was Pluto? Do you guys remember?
Yeah. He was
That was the guy you
The
talked
guy
to
who
last
was
night, right? Kurt?
he's the guy who was talking last night about the
Yeah, I'll
Emmy
pull him back
Noether.
Yeah. What's up, Pluto?
What's up, Pluto?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, dude?
Yeah,
What do you
everything's
want?
fine.
So this
I'm
is
just,
your
you know.
argument, man. This is your day, man.
You can answer our
What?
tough question. Our tough question was, if God has all the power, why is there still power?
What?
I'm glad.
What do you
he
think,
enjoys it.
Pluto?
No response.
Oh,
It
he
looks
started
like he-
collecting
looks like he
power.
Looks like he might have disconnected already.
Oh yeah.
He was like, "Let's."
He might have hopped on his phone again.
Powering up.
That's my second cheap kick tonight.
Nice.
Oh yeah, he's back. He is. Wait, are you back, Pluto?
Yeah, yeah.
You might want to get on a PC.
Wait.
Real
We're
quick,
waiting.
Hizzle, do you think there's a necessary being?
Yeah. So now can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I believe in the quantum field theory.
This substrate kind of thing, like tacos?
Yeah, you call it a substrate. I mean, that's not what well, I guess the field would be the substrate. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that.
Okay.
I think Kurt's agnostic though to if it's necessary or brute fact or infinite regress, right, Kurt?
What's the difference between brute fact and necessary?
No explanation for its existence versus can't fail to exist and would have to. So like a brute fact could possibly not exist in every world, but still ground
Okay.
reality, whereas a necessary being could not.
And a brute fact could be contingent potentially.
Yeah, it could be
Right.
brute contingency.
Okay. Cool.
Again, I'm just not convinced that you can demonstrate contingency or necessity. So I'm certainly like happy to have someone run through it with me who understands it better than I do to like demonstrate that. But the things that I've heard just don't seem to demonstrate it conclusively.
So you just don't take a position on it, right?
Yeah, I think all three of Agrippa's trilemma are live options as far as like reasonable, non-contradictory explanations.
Right. And yesterday you were saying that logic doesn't necessarily align with reality perfectly, so that might not even apply to reality in that way, in the same way it does to classical logic.
Yeah, logic is a rule about discourse. It's not a rule about reality.
Right. It governs the system. They just abstract the laws from reality for proper reasoning.
Right. It's about speaking in ways that are rigorous, and I certainly support like people should speak in rigorous ways, and they should use probable inference modules. Like, but Philodemus has this all fairly well explained. He was in a huge argument with the Stoics, who claimed, of course, same kind of thing the presuppositionalists do, that there was this divine reason principle that came from God that we all inherited. Philodemus showed that that was mostly nonsense, and that we just typically argue by analogy, which is really the only way we can, right?
What do you think about all this, Zill?
I was trying to follow. I was looking up Agrippa's trilemma in the middle because I forgot what that was. That was breaking my brain a little bit.
I don't remember that either.
So it means something that is a ground of explanation is either a brute fact, the product of an infinite regress of causes, or a circular set of causes, or a necessary fact.
Okay. Well, which would be what we were calling contingent or non-contingent, right? No, yeah, necessary.
Right. The
being
necessary
okay.
fact would be the opposite of a brute fact, right?
Okay.
Which would be contingent.
Sure.
Okay, so
Nice.
Tacos and Hizzle, if I understand, believe in the necessary being.
Yeah, and I'm pretty
Correct.
ignorant, so I don't know if I could defend that. So I'd probably
Okay, you're not fully locked into that.
no, I'm not fully locked into it. No. I don't know enough about it.
Okay. But then Tacos, you believe that space-time began to exist.
Yeah, that's science. The quantum field theory and physics would suggest it's probably emergent.
Do you
Wait. You're just talking about the inflation event, though, not like the universe itself. You think that came from pre-existing stuff, right?
Yeah. But the
inflation
would be
event,
emergent.
yes. Yeah, right.
But like this, since there's a T0, right, where in pretty much all the theories, so
there's an origin point of observation for sure.
Right, and so before that, there's still going to be something, obviously, but in what form? Quantum field, quantum wave function, something like that.
Sure, which,
and there might be a different time. There might be a different type of time like that too, for all we know. Like they know very little about. I mean, they know a lot about quantum, but like
arguments with no evidence can be dismissed with no evidence, sucker.
That doesn't work.
How you like that?
That was a bad response.
Oh, come on.
Also, he was warned to stop doing it, and he just does it all the time. So
I know, it's so annoying.
Oh, well, I always say it, so you're just gonna have to, deal with that.
It's a necessary.
I can say anything. I can say anything. I can say anything I want. Like it's like that Time Bandit scene where like they're asking the people questions, and then the guy punches them afterwards, and they're like, "Does he have to do that?" He says he's sorry, but he must. And then they, okay. Like
exactly.
Must.
No.
But Tacos, you were describing a kind of realm or dimension that I was kind of, right?
No, not at all. It just sounds like yours. I hear that from theists a lot. It's just because
How's it different?
well, mine is more parsimonious. You would have to claim mine to claim a universe. Without mine, you can't have a universe. There is no possible universe in which some fundamental substrate cannot exist. So even if you claim a god, you still have to claim some type of fundamental substrate the god's going to mold everything out of, or initiate, or create, which means that the god is going to be unnecessary because the substance is able to do all this by itself, as demonstrated by quantum field theory. And so yeah, your god's going to be unnecessary, and that's going to make it well, it's going to be what's the word, arbitrary and unnecessary, because you're just going to be claiming it exists when you already have all the evidence. It's going to be just a claim that basically for something you want without a good reason, right? You're not going to be pointing to that because of actual evidence when there's a better explanation.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I would, and even if God did use that your model as a mechanism for creation, so I see what you're saying.
It wouldn't exist. It would have to be a different reality. It couldn't be this reality. This is not
What?
a God reality.
Whoa! Why could God not have used the atemporal substrate to initiate this universe?
I already explained that, because it would be redundant.
No, well, God could, if this atemporal substrate could exist, God could exist in a higher realm than that substrate.
No. The substrate would already fully explain everything, and so because the God would be explaining the substrate, which already fully explains everything, it would be an unnecessary explanation. It would be a redundant explanation, and a necessary being can't be a redundant explanation. It could not fail to exist, and it would be able to fail to exist in worlds that are just the field or the quantum wave function, and so the God would be unnecessary, and you would know it doesn't exist.
Well, I guess the parts we agree on are that state of being, that atemporal state of being is a thing, right?
Sure, why not?
I don't know if physics agrees.
It does.
Does it?
Atemporal is just absent space-time.
Do we have any examples of that?
Quantum fields, quantum wave function.
Okay. Okay.
Higgs boson? I don't even know where that thing is. You guys know where that thing is? It's everywhere. Isn't the Higgs boson what gives us mass and stuff?
Higgs boson confirms quantum field theory.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty awesome.
That's evidence for my position.
That's fine. I think Higgs boson is awesome. And he got to see it. Isn't that even cooler?
Who got to see what?
it. He got to see it officially, like, found at CERN, and he went to the ceremony and stuff.
Mr. Higgs.
Yes. Big Higgs. All right.
I'm sure that was a cool thing for him.
Oh, heck yeah. So you're suggesting something like the Higgs boson field and all the quantum fields existed at substrate atemporally and generated this universe as a result of the nature of its nature, which you
wait,
or what? Say that better then.
I don't know the nature of its nature.
Yeah, I know that wasn't so great.
Something can't come from nothing, so something has to exist, right? And if you have more than one fundamental thing, something fundamental is going to have to exist. And if you have more than one fundamental thing, then the second fundamental thing more than one fundamental thing that fully explains everything, then you're going to have redundancy, and then that God's not going to. You're going to know that thing isn't going to. The redundant one's not going to exist, right? We know that quantum field theory explains the universe well.
It explains the universe well.
Correct.
It answers other questions in physics.
A lot of questions in physics.
And things that like don't line up normally. Like,
but it doesn't explain why we're here or what we're supposed to do, or like.
Yeah, it does. It literally does. It explains everything.
I thought if we came from that, then it would have been
We're
kind
here
of
because
spontaneous.
we exist within a thermodynamic system. That's the why. What else did you want to know?
That's why. Because
Yeah,
we
what else did
exist.
you want to know?
well, that's a
What
how.
we're, what are we supposed to do?
He asked, why are we here? That answers the why.
Yeah, because no. Thermodynamic system, yes, would necessitate probably necessitate life happening. It's pretty inevitable, it seems.
Well,
we just haven't encountered it yet because it's so far away.
I still don't fully understand how, especially abiogenesis would happen. I know Austin talked about that some.
Did someone say abiogenesis?
Yeah, Kurt knows quite a bit about abiogenesis. This is a good time to get some education in.
All right, what do you think about abiogenesis, Kurt?
Okay, so let me just explain some basic sets of facts so that you understand the nature of the problem, and then I'll then try to get your ideas to see like how not difficult the conceptual space is here. Okay. Mm-hmm. So first and foremost, do you know what vitalism is?
No.
Okay, so the resistance to abiogenesis comes from the residual idea of vitalism. Vitalism was the belief that there was a special spirit, an elan vital, that existed in all living things that animated them, and that was not made of matter. It wasn't made of chemistry. It wasn't made of physics. It was some special thing that allowed living things to keep propagating, right? So did anybody ever disprove the existence of the elan vital?
No.
Correct. Nobody ever did disprove it. It is still a live hypothesis, but no serious life scientist believes in an elan vital today. Why is that, Zil?
Scientists would only believe in something you can do repeated tests in across different labs.
False. No.
It's
because all the processes that result in living creatures are understood to the degree that we don't see any role for any elan vital, and it's the explanatory model that we have is quite complete without any postulate of it, and we see no evidence of it, so it just withers away. There's nothing for it to explain.
So it is like
there's nothing for it to explain.
Razor.
All the things that we can see about how a single cell, like a microbial cell, gets accomplished, all the things that we can analyze of that, they're all just made of physics and chemistry, and we can analyze them all. We can run thermodynamic equations on how they happen, and they're all perfectly well explained without any elan vital. So the belief among everybody who studies the life sciences today, even if they believe in God, is that there is no elan vital, that the chemical and physical interactions of molecules and water and all the things that make up the physical substance of cells are adequate explanations for it all, right? Okay, so then the question is, what is the minimum component we need to have replication of a life form, right? So what happened was there was a Hungarian microbiologist named Tibor Ganti who thought a lot about this. And he came up with the minimum you need. So the minimum you need is sequestration, replication, and metabolism, right?
Okay.
So you need to have an energy source. The energy source needs to be sequestered away from everything else. and it needs to be able to replicate itself. So the name that Tibor Ganti gave for this was a chemotone. Okay, so do you understand what a chemotone is from when I say that? It means it's something that can sequester itself away from everything else, that has the ability to replicate itself, and that can do metabolism to keep like the replication and the thing that replicated alive after the replication, right?
And storage, energy storage too, right?
Energy flow, not necessarily storage.
Okay. And
You just need energy
metabolism is
flow.
part of that.
You just need energy flow, right? And metabolism is energy flow. You know why you need to breathe?
Because we're a running system. We're like a car or something.
Because if you don't breathe, you don't get oxygen, and your energy flow will be disrupted because you're an aerobic organism.
Right.
So what happens if you stop breathing within 5 minutes, typically?
Our red blood cells run out of oxygen.
The energy flow stops, and so your life stops coming from non-life, right? Your life is dependent on non-life 100% of the time, all the time. Your life always comes from non-life. Okay, so, and we know that it's just chemistry and the oxygen that keeps us alive, because we can take everything else and leave it all there, and as long as we take out the oxygen, things die. If they're aerobic. Obviously, there's not aerobic things. Okay, so in the probability space that we're dealing with, the question then is, how common is water in the visible, observable universe that we have? Like, how common is it, do you think?
Ooh, great question. I think it's very rare, isn't it?
No, it's not that rare. It's relatively common.
Oh.
I mean, as long as there's oxygen made and there's plenty of hydrogen, like we're never lacking hydrogen, right? The sun is a giant ball of hydrogen.
Yeah.
So as long as there's oxygen made, oxygen's natural characteristics, its electronegativity, cause it to form into water in high quantities, right? So it's always going to form into water in high quantities. So wherever you have rocky inner planets and the proper temperatures and that sort of thing, you'll have liquid water.
Wait, do we have other planets we see that on in our solar?
There's liquid water on Europa.
Oh, okay.
And there's frozen water on Mars. So water is not particularly rare, and water is a phenomenal solvent, and it does an amazing job at keeping things like relatively flexible and able to move around, and it's great at allowing energy to flow through it, and it also has the potential to be used for osmosis, which is a specific kind of diffusion that happens much more quickly in water than in most other solutions. So then the question is, what's the probability space of our observable universe? Like, how many planets are there like Earth? Well, we used to not know, right? We used to not know. But now we've been able to observe planets with our really excellent telescopes. And what we find is that there are more solar systems with planets than not.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Wait.
So if there are more solar systems with planets than not in our galaxy, how many stars are there in our galaxy?
Oh, dang, I got quizzed on this before.
Yeah, I asked you, and you didn't know, so you looked it up. And then now, do you still remember that number, or did you?
I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, I guess too many.
It's 100 billion. It's 100 billion.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Mm-hmm.
So there's 100 billion, and that's a low estimate, right? But let's say there's 100 billion stars in our galaxy, and let's say that 1% of them have a rocky planet that has liquid water. Okay, and that liquid water is in something approximately the size of, let's say, the Mediterranean Sea. Now, it doesn't even have to be particularly large, right? Let's just say it's the Mediterranean Sea size. Okay. All right. And then, so 1% of 100 billion is how many stars?
100? No.
1% of 100 is what?
1.
So it's 1 billion stars, right? 1 billion
Yes.
stars with inner rocky planets, and then they might have some water. They might have water the size of, say, the Mediterranean Sea, right? So we know that our biological existence is just made up of chemistry and physics, right? So what are the chances that you would get a combination of sequestration and replication and metabolism in chemistry at some point in 100 billion planetary systems that had rocky planets with liquid water?
That is the big question, right? Okay.
What do you think the odds are? Do you think they're really low?
100 billion. We're assuming
No, no, no.
100
I'm saying
billion.
1 billion. 1 billion.
Oh, right,
star
right.
systems.
1%. Okay, out
Yeah,
of
so
1
we're-
billion.
And
what are the
that's like, I'm
chances?
going deliberately crazy low because that number is probably way too low. But
Okay.
what are the chances that in 1 billion of those systems, one planet will have enough water and the ability for some chemistry to develop a naturally occurring fatty acid membrane, which you know how to make a fatty acid membrane in your home?
Oh, is that when I microwave
Just
food
take
or what?
just take some olive oil and put it in a kitchen sink with some water, and it'll make these little circles on the top of the water, right?
Oh, okay.
Those little circles at the top of the water when you put greasy food in the sink, those are mycelials. They spontaneously organize as a separable membrane, right? So that whole part, all you need is something that's going to make some kind of oil. So that's pretty easy, right? And then you just need metabolism going on within one of those that can replicate itself from within one of those. You don't need the whole system we have today, right? A carriage from the 14th century just had axles, wheels, and a cart. That's all it had. And that's enough to get something rolling on a road. What we have now today as cars is the process of huge amounts of innovation and change over time. But all you needed for the original carriage is just axles, wheels, and a cart, right? So all you need for the origin of life, abiogenesis, is that chemoton, replication, metabolism, and sequestration. So the numbers, of course, don't help you when we span out from the Milky Way galaxy, because how many galaxies are there?
Ooh, I don't know.
Between 1.5 and 2 trillion galaxies.
Whoa.
Yeah. So if we take the whole probability space that we're dealing with, are we now like so shocked that at some point a stable replicator with variable heritability developed in an ocean somewhere? Is that like unbelievably surprising and something that requires a load of explanation?
Well, let's think about it for a second. The three mechanisms required are the separation part, which you said oil can cause that.
You can do that in
by
your kitchen
itself.
sink tonight.
Yeah, oil will
Stir
separate
the
from
warm water
right?
with the oil with no soap. Yep.
And yeah, I know the cell type things you're talking about.
They're called mycels, yeah.
Micelles. Okay, so that could be a cell body or something you're suggesting.
That just happens spontaneously because of the nature of the fatty acids, right? They have one polar end that sticks out into the water and one non-polar end that likes the other oils.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that could be a housing. That could cover the housing part, the separation part, I guess, right? And then the other parts are metabolism and what was the other part?
Replication, right? So we already have RNA molecules. We already have RNA molecules that we've just determined that exist now, that we've found, that will replicate themselves. They will make a copy of themselves. And we know
These are
that
molecules.
Yep. And they do it all by themselves. They don't have any assistance. They just need energy from some source and they can do it. And again, we already know at the deep sea vents on the Earth today, at the deep sea vents, there's a combination of an alkaline hydrogen source and an acidic carbon dioxide source that meet and spontaneously, just through the nature of the chemistry, create acetyl-CoA, which can elongate into fatty acid chains. That happens in normal metabolism even today, but would have happened much, much more regularly on the original Earth, because the original Earth had no oxygen, which tends to disrupt, like it had no atomic oxygen in the atmosphere that dissolved in the water. So atomic oxygen tends to disrupt that phenomenon. And so it doesn't happen nearly as often today as it would have had on the original Earth. And guess what acetyl-CoA is in living organisms to this very day?
Some kind of acid.
It's the main source of energy for metabolism in both aerobic and anaerobic organisms. In other words, all the living things that we see have a metabolism based on acetyl-CoA, which forms naturally in a deep sea vent that has a constant flow of heat energy and mixing between carbon dioxide from the acid ocean and hydrogen gas from the upwelling of the lava into the water. So again, I'm just going to ask you, like, what are the chances that you would get a chemoton forming over hundreds of millions of years on a single planet, much less a billion planets within our galaxy, or the, let's see, what's a billion times 2 trillion? That would be 2 quadrillion planets in the entire, like, visible universe, which the visible universe is probably not the extent of our entire universe. In fact, it's almost certainly not.
You said 2 quadrillion?
Mm-hmm. And again, all it takes for the chemistry and the physics and the stuff that we have is for you to get that chemoton going, and for it to be able to persist in an energy flow that doesn't get fully disrupted and doesn't end the line.
Okay, so would they have to be stuck around the bubbles? I'm sorry, I don't know what that
Perhaps
deep sea thing is
initially,
called.
yes. Perhaps the deep sea vent. Perhaps initially, yes. But again, there would be variable reproduction. There would be some that did better in the colder water and some that did better in the warmer water. There would be some that found
those
new
live
ways
underwater?
to continue their They're all underwater. It's a deep sea vent.
Oh, okay. I didn't know the oil could be down there too.
Yeah, in fact, it seems to form spontaneously in that area.
Oh, the oil bubbles do too, along with
Yep.
the metabolism?
Yep. In fact, again, acetyl-CoA is just like the base thing that makes fatty acids. And that's the case in your liver today. That's still how you make fatty acids. When you eat too much sugar, your body just converts the sugar into acetyl-CoA and elongates it into palmitic acid today. As you're talking, if you just ate a big bowl of ice cream, you're making fatty acids from acetyl-CoA while we're talking.
Cool.
So like there's nothing about abiogenesis that requires any kind of design or designer or action on the part of any designer.
Well, how do we get to a replication machine again?
You just need something that can replicate, the energy to do it, and a space for it to be sequestered.
That is a lot of things that have to come together, but
no, it's 3 things. It's literally 3 things. Okay, it's not a lot of things.
Okay, that's 3 things that need to come together.
In 100 million years, on a billion planets.
Yeah. What do you think the chances are?
I think they approach 1. I think it's nearly certain that there was abiogenesis. And I think I've made a convincing case that there's no reason to imagine that the origin of life is in any way surprising.
is in any way surprising. Well, even if those things did start, how could they survive though?
Because the deep sea vents are still kicking out energy to this day.
But all right, how did they escape their metabolism's
There were
attachment
other
to
molecules
the
and
vents?
other chemicals in the ocean. You're aware of that, right? And so any single-celled organism that could find a new source of energy away from the vent would eventually, if it could, in like physical, chemical possibility space, make it into energy, it would over time, over hundreds of millions of years. Do you know how long it took from the origin of life on Earth to the origin of the first eukaryotic cell, which is what all your cells are?
How long do you think?
I know how long it took. It took 2 billion years.
For what to happen? A cell? A single cell?
For the first eukaryotic cell, not for a single cell. Single cell goes back to the last unified common ancestor, which is like almost as soon as the oceans cooled, we get life on Earth. But for a very long period of time, for the majority of life's history, all you get are simple single-celled organisms and no like complex life and no eukaryotic organisms. Even after the rise of eukaryotic organisms, I think it's another 1.1 billion years before you start to get like multicellular organisms that have to move around and have bodies.
Yeah, I still struggle to.
So what I would say is
see
people who
how
say it's
sophistication
shocking
arises.
that sophistication is just the process of organisms getting like better and better at like finding ways to exploit the particular niche and energy that they're in over time, because the ones that do a better job persist more effectively. It's all about energy flow. Why do you think cave fish lose their eyes?
They don't need them.
Right, they're expensive. They cost energy to make. If they don't do any good, then not making them is the efficient move. And efficiency is going to be favored when you're talking energy budgets and persistence. That's the argument that like really conservative people always make about how great the capitalist system is it rewards efficiency and proper energy usage and all that, right? So yeah, it works very similarly on any energy budget.
But the improvements are, you say they're selected for.
They're not improvements. They're not improvements. They're just like more entropy being created more quickly, which is what thermodynamics favors. Thermodynamics favors entropy maximization. And so a living organism is a phenomenal way to maximize entropy. It's a localized low entropy state that increases the total entropy around it in a dramatic way.
Oh, I guess they do affect a lot of stuff.
I mean, if you've ever seen a completely ordered room and some toddlers going into it, you know how good living organisms are at introducing entropy.
Right.
So there's no conceptual difficulty here, and you can either postulate vitalism, or you can say there's a magic designer who's completely unnecessary and did something that we have no evidence of, or you can just accept that there's like no reason to postulate anything other than basic physics and chemistry causing abiogenesis.
I think you have an interesting argument for it. I haven't heard that before. And if I look it up, I should look up deep sea vents, abiogenesis.
Deep sea alkaline vent hypothesis. Yes, correct.
Deep sea alkaline.
And it doesn't have to be just the deep sea vent alkaline hypothesis, right? There could have been wet dry cycling of nucleic acids on the surface in like tidal ponds that created replicating nucleic acids that then diffused through the ocean over 100 million years down to the deep sea vent, and we're able to find energy there to replicate with. That's
And I know you
perfectly
mentioned
plausible.
I know you mentioned the water on Mars, but did you go over the paper that we went over with him?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
been
yeah. There's
examined much more thoroughly since we read it.
yeah, I haven't actually looked at what the updates are on that because I don't think they've gotten the
Me
rock
either.
back to Earth yet. When they get the rock back to Earth, that's when we're going to be able to say a lot more. But there's evidence of the kind of chemistry that we have at our deep sea vents that results in like life forming and like higher lower energy of activation than we would expect from just regular chemistry that requires like living enzymes. There's evidence for that happening on Mars.
What's happening on Mars?
No, there's evidence it happened on Mars in
Oh.
its past.
Oh, interesting.
Big Bad Mama said, look at amyloid world or RNA world for abiogenesis. Grayson told me that amyloid world seems most likely. Grayson Hawk, he's one of the debaters that used to come on here. He said that based on what he's seen, amyloid world is his favorite one. But I know a lot of people still push RNA world, and I know
QT45 is pretty strong evidence for at least RNA being an original replicator. The other thing that for me pushes RNA as the original replicator is the structure of the 30S and 50S ribosome. Because the enzymatic parts, the total function of the ribosome all happens with RNA as a substrate. There's no amino acids that actually function to elongate the amino acid chains within the ribosome. But I don't think it has to be one or the other. It could easily be both.
Oh, and
there's plenty of energy space and plenty of like replication space.
And I just want to say, I do appreciate Missing Mod and BS coming up today, by the way. It was fun having both of y'all up here. You guys are awesome. Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Not us, though, Kurt. They don't.
You guys are awesome, too, but you guys are still up here.
Oh, word.
We don't get the nice words said until we leave.
Gotcha. I'm uncultured.
Yeah, you guys
just like in life.
Dag nabbit.
But anyway, the idea that cars had to start with like the Bugatti is not a sensible position, right? You agree that you can imagine a very simple car that did the things we think of cars doing, that doesn't have all the bells and whistles of a Bugatti or a brand new BMW or something. That it just needs to have axles, a wheel, and some kind of cart. And then you can figure that out. And so the idea that the thing that people who are trying to confuse you and lie to you will do is they'll try to make you think that the life that we have now has to appear all at once. That's just not what people speculate. And there's no good reason to think that's the case. And then they'll point to something about modern life and say, well, how would this arise? Well, it arose over 4.7 billion years.
Don't you think you have faith in that, right?
No,
Yeah.
I don't. I have demonstration of how it works. We can actually literally run experiments showing how the process works. It's the experiments that we've done and the like dissection and like structure determining about life that has given us the idea that vitalism doesn't make sense, even if it's not like fully disproven. We no longer accept vitalism because we have a full explanation. And I think we have pretty close to an adequate explanation that we no longer need to postulate any like weird things that we could never imagine or figure out in the origin of life on Earth either.
Well, I'm glad I heard your argument. I'll think about it and maybe look it up some. I'm not convinced, though.
Of course you're not convinced. How many chemistry classes have you taken?
Like 2. 3.
Yeah, so
2?
you had an intro to chemistry class or something like that. If you understand organic
Yeah.
chemistry and biochemistry, it's much, much easier. And if you've had like a organic chemistry class where you actually did organic lab, you would actually have a good head start on that. But I appreciate your open-mindedness. That's good.
And your explanation for getting from one cell to multi-cell organism is...
If you only start with one cell and it never can replicate, then that's not going to be the source of the life that we have. Our cells can all replicate. So obviously the first like cell that led to us was a cell that could replicate, right? The ones that couldn't replicate probably got eaten.
And that's how...
Or there
but how
could
do
have
they
been
become
prior
multi?
ones that developed that just like died
Just
off.
petered
early.
out or got eaten.
No, how do they become multi-cell with more sophisticated systems and stuff?
Over time, the ones that are good at something have more persistence in that niche, right? The niche is a fit between an energy source and an organism.
And that overcomes entropy.
No, it increases entropy.
Once
An
the
organism
system
is a
is
low
built,
entropy state that increases the amount of entropy in the system.
in the system.
Remember
Well,
the toddlers in the clean room?
no, but they affect everything outside of themselves, not within their
Yeah,
own
the
system.
toddlers are a low entropy state within that room that
Within-
increases the total entropy in the room.
Okay. Okay. So a system, once established, is lower entropy than its surroundings?
To maintain life, you need to keep the low entropy state within the living organism, right? And remember when I talked
Or
about
will
what happens if the oxygen in the room goes away for you?
It will
You all of a
explode.
sudden cannot maintain your low entropy state, and the entropy takes over and ends your metabolism within 5 minutes of the loss of oxygen. So life comes from non-life all the time.
Whoa. I don't know about that.
Well, unless you think you can survive without oxygen, which I invite you to demonstrate if you want. I don't recommend it.
life
You're welcome to demonstrate it.
You're saying that hypothetically.
But
if he's Superman, he can go up into space and survive without oxygen. Superman does that all the time. But most human beings would die immediately on losing oxygen.
Right. So the life coming from non-life, you're saying, is that the oxygen provides
your life comes from non-life every single minute.
Well, how do you cut and divide where, you know,
would you survive without oxygen, Zill?
No.
So your life is coming from non-life all the time. Every minute of every day.
Okay. I mean, that's okay. I don't know if I should even give you that one, but
are you really trying to say that life doesn't come from oxygen?
It doesn't come from oxygen? No, I think we just have some technical disagreement on where the life is, but that's fine. We don't have to.
Again, I can show you where the life is. It's where the oxygen is, because when we take the oxygen away, you know what happens to the life? It goes away.
I wouldn't say the air around me is life. You know,
right? You come from non-life, Zill. That's the point.
No, but that's outside of me. I am.
Yes, the non-life is outside of you. You are localized low entropy metabolism that is using non-life to keep the low entropy within you and increase the total entropy in the room that you're in. That's why your skin flakes make all the dust and your farts make the room smell worse and your stinky feet cause like you have to do laundry all the time. You have to do all this work because you create entropy.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I create entropy. But that doesn't help me understand how a single cell becomes a multi-cell, though.
I can explain that very, very easily. We can demonstrate that in the lab. It happens all the time.
And I think life actually like balances out entropy locally, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it creates entropy, right? Or does it speed it up? It either like balances that out or
Speeds
speeds
it up.
it up. Oh, it speeds it
Speeds
up.
it
Okay,
up.
okay. Yeah, never mind. I'm wrong. Yeah, I knew it did something
Okay.
like that. My apologies.
All right. Well, that is interesting, and yeah, no, that's interesting. I'm not convinced by it right now. That is
Again, we've
interesting.
done experiments in laboratories where we subjected single cells to a specific kind of predation. And when you subject those single cells to a specific kind of predation, they, within the period of a year, develop multicellularity in the lab. And it's not just cells getting bigger and banding together. It's true multicellularity with differentiation of function and different cell types.
Interesting. And what's that called? Where's that at?
That's experiments we can do in the lab on Chlamydomonas. Big Bad Mama was writing about it in the chat.
Metabolism. Where is that?
Think of chlamydia, except don't write the I. Just go
I see.
Chlamydomonas.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. So this is where single turns to multiple?
Yep.
Yeah. I just...
Wow, that sounds plausible. You've just like taken away one of my arguments.
What?
Zil, does it sound plausible at least? Can you admit it sounds plausible? If it sounds, you can say it doesn't as well. I'm just curious. Like, where do you stand on this so far?
I mean, it's literally been observed. I don't know how much more plausible.
If it's not plausible, say it's not plausible. If it's plausible, say it's whatever your opinion is, right?
I'm not
just
convinced
curious where you're at.
As far as is it being our origin, right? Is that it? I would say it's not plausible that way. But if it's done in a lab, I suppose it can happen. But I don't see it as plausible as the origin of our species and our being. Personally.
Interesting.
Yeah. But it was interesting. And I do have to sleep like now. So I'll say, Tacos, instead of needing your substrate, I would say God replaces your substrate. So
no, I think you're just taking my substrate, saying it has a mind, and then calling it God.
Well, I think you're taking my God, removing his mind, and calling it a substrate.
Guess we're at a standstill.
I guess so. All right.
I can provide evidence for mine, but based on what Kurt went over with evolution, I doubt it'll be accepted. So,
all right. Well, that's where we stand. Thanks for talking to me, guys. You have a good night.
Hey, man, take care. Have a good night, brother.
Later, Zell.
See ya.
We got DKB in the back. What's going on? If any more theists would like to join the panel, we don't have a theist up here. You're welcome to join and have a discussion. And thank you so much for the super chat, Objective Ethics. He asked, can we pay to have Tacos keep Zil from putting his fingers in his ears and saying, well, have you considered nuh-uh? Well, the support is greatly appreciated, but no, unfortunately not. I do greatly appreciate that, though. Thank you, sir.
I mean, I like Zil. I chill with Zil quite a lot on Missing Mods channel. We have a good laugh.
Yeah, Zil seems chill. He's good faith. I mean, he's like, he's sitting here listening. I mean, he seemed pretty good faith. It's just like when it comes to the intellectual honesty, there is questions, right? But that's neither here nor there, right?
Well, no, and I'm not going to talk about Zil.
I think that just comes with the territory. If you have a leap, I think that it's hard to get past that. I think that follows you into other areas, and you feel okay taking leaps in other areas if you take the great leap, and it just creates like intellectual dishonesty.
If you can get
but
to the
they
stage
don't
where there's-
realize it, right?
But the leap from single cellular to multicellular doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. I mean, firstly, every single human started off as a single cellular organism, and in utero we become multicellular. Obviously, that's a product of the DNA of the cell, which is a product of billions of years of evolution. But like as soon as you get a self-replicating cell, something that splits via mitosis, it's not that big of a leap for a single cellular organism to become a multicellular organism, because literally as they split, they're in direct contact with one another. All they need to do is stay together as a homogenized block of cells and start functioning in unison. And there you go, multicellular organism. Eventually it'll develop an internal digestive tract and a nervous system. It seems fairly straightforward, and as Kurt says, we've seen it happen in lab environments. And if it can happen in a lab environment, which is like ideal conditions, then is it the case that somewhere close sufficient conditions could naturally exist somewhere on the surface of our planet? Yeah, absolutely. Stuff like that happens all the time. It just doesn't seem like the stretch that the religious cohort seem to want to make it to be, to the degree that you would have to introduce like an external input, like a god or something. It just doesn't seem necessary to me.
Yeah, I don't see where the god fits.
I mean, I could certainly see like humanity in tens of thousands of years' time somehow managing to travel to a planet that had liquid water on it, that had no microbial life, and us going, hey, let's dick with this planet and like introduce some that would eventually end up in like the evolution of a new species. But that wouldn't make us gods, would it? So even then it wouldn't be necessary.
What do you guys think, Kurt and Hizzle? What's going through your guys' brains?
I just think if you're a vitalist, then you're going to have a problem with abiogenesis. But if you're not a vitalist, I can't see how there could be any difficulty with it.
Oh yes, as soon as you remove the concept of there needing to be like a soul or some energy that we don't know or understand right now that imbues quote unquote life upon stuff, as soon as you jettison that like ancient idea, then yeah, it becomes. And I suppose you would have to accept deep time as well. I mean, that is the other thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because this isn't something that would happen overnight. It takes literally billions of years. Or in our case, it took billions.
Well,
of years.
it takes billions of years to do stellar nucleosynthesis. That's like the difficult part. But once you get rocky planets around like the proper temperature stars, like again on Earth, life shows up like nearly as soon as it cools.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as we had liquid water,
very early,
it seemed to like emerge. Yeah, because isn't it the case that as best as we can tell, it was sort of like deep sea vents that were kicking out, all sorts of chemical compounds from the Earth, hydrogen, helium, all sorts of different like gases and stuff, and that's where we think life emerged from.
Before you answer, Missing Mod says protection for the moon landing. Thank you so much for the super chat, Missing Mod. Adding it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the alkaline deep sea vent hypothesis is definitely the best one right now.
Yeah. It seems to have all of the components that would be necessary, right?
Would it just be a blob? Would it just be a blob of oil then forming deep sea, like in the middle of the ocean, in the currents or something around the deep sea?
No, my guess is you get something like a self-replicating RNA that is initially like there's not any competition, but it's going to replicate and it's going to make mistakes, and then there will start to be RNAs that like cannibalize other strands of RNA, and once you start getting like because you can run these experiments on a computer where you just use like self-replicating stuff, and they eventually develop predatory behavior and parasitism and all the things that we see naturally. And so as soon as you can get into a membrane where you're going to be protected from that sort of stuff, you're going to persist better.
Yeah. Well, my so you need like some kind of amino acid. The amino acid forms a protein. The protein can self-fold. As soon as the protein can self-fold, it can form chains of RNA or DNA, etc. And then that's it. You're off. Away you go.
Yeah, and there's when you look at the probability space with the size of the just the galaxy, and then you expand that to all the galaxies.
Yeah,
like, I just don't see where there's a role for special creation of any type.
yeah. I think the biggest question I have, and it's not necessarily to do with RNA, but like I'm almost completely certain that there is other sentient life elsewhere, if not in our galaxy, at least in the universe. And I would be fascinated to see how different or similar it is to us, given that we're all being governed by the same laws of chemistry, the same laws of physics. Like, how similar or dissimilar would it be? Like, I know it would be.
Well, think
you
about
know?
it. Like gravity and distance from the sun and all that's going to be different.
Yeah, but what I mean is,
spins are going to be different. Moons are going to be different. There could be like an uncountable number of possible life forms out there.
yeah, but what I mean is, with regards to how different is it going to be? Like, if it's in an oxygen environment, is it going to make you is it going to make use of oxygen in the same way as we do? Is it going to have like an analog for a lung? Is it going to have an analog for like our eyes, you know, like interpreting the infrared spectrum, or is it going to be a totally different biological mechanism? You know, it's stuff like that that would fascinate me. Like, are they going to have access to senses that we don't have access to? You know, like it doesn't seem reasonable that any entity could evolve in an environment where there weren't things like toxins that needed filtering out. So is it going to have like an analog for a liver and a kidney? You know, it just, I just, you know.
They might be much smaller than we are. They might be much smaller.
So do you have any thoughts on the topic, DKB?
What was the topic today? Sorry, I just heard about the talking
Can
about
an infinite God exist?
Well, I mean, if a God did exist, I suppose it would have to be infinite with the religious conception, because it's an uncaused cause, but I don't accept the premise at all. So
well, we came up with a really good problem tonight, John.
Oh, go for it.
If God's all powerful, why is there still power?
Well, yeah, because it should all be like, yeah, there should be no power left over for anything else. Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, it'd be like if
which
that
is
bucket,
why
if that
the
bucket
initial
contains
state
all the
is
water.
the only solution. So Hizzle, you're a naturalist and a physicalist. This is your moment. Tell the world about the Hizzle.
Yeah, I'm a naturalist and a physicalist, and yeah, I work in a lab. So
is that a new job or the same job you had before?
Same job.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So for now, I work in a lab, and I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced of a God thus far.
Oh, there's an interesting chat question. Henry Gamer says, "Hey all, I've been hearing about the biblical uprising in Crumbob. Do you mean Jim Bob? Wondering what you blokes think about it. Thank you." I don't know. I watched Jim Bob today. He was pretty chill. He talked about atheists and he was nice when he talked about them. I think Jim Bob's starting to mellow out. I don't know about this. They say some kind of weird stuff in his live streams. I'm not gonna lie. Some kind of. I'm not trying to judge too much, but like I have heard some pretty sus stuff once in a while, but not like anything crazy bad. Just like, oh, that guy should have said this thing, and then this thing he says is like some crazy thing, you know. I don't know his dog whistle. I don't know what, but I don't know. I'm not trying to judge it too much. I don't think he's. I think he's an entertainer. I think he's a comedian and an artist first.
I'd agree with that. And yes, Bert, I also like puppies and long walks on the beach.
Yeah, I don't think Jim Bob's like a dangerous Christian nationalist or anything. And I know him pretty well. Like, he has always been very kind to me, and so has Andrew Wilson. And they are always wanting to, like, have discussions and debate and like talk about their positions. I have like I hear some stuff that people tell me they say, but like when I talk to them, I don't see that. But I do hear some debates. I see the footage. I don't know. I personally like them both. They've both helped me out. They both come here and debate people. I disagree with their positions greatly, both of them. Many of their positions. But that doesn't mean that just because they're right wing, all their positions are horrible, right? Like there's positions that I'll hold that them or other right wingers they'll say that is based, and left people they'll do the same thing, right? There's shared commonalities between all the different groups of people that get together, you know. And you just have to find those shared commonalities and just show that not everybody's bad, right? And I don't think any of these people are bad. Like Jay Dyer, he was on what's it called? The Sam Hyde Show. He was like a producer for the Sam Hyde Show, I think, or a writer for the Sam Hyde Show. He's a comedian. He does like cult examinations and like occultist as well, and he reviews movies and he makes goofy, funny religious songs. I think he's a comedian and an artist first as well that loves his religion, and I think that's what Jim Bob is as well.
Yeah, there's one video of Jim Bob's that I really appreciated. It was a short, and it was him making slap noodles, and it was pretty cool. He was like making noodles in his kitchen. They're called slap noodles. It was totally.
I'm not gonna lie. I've seen a ton of his videos. There's some stuff he says is hilarious. And the slap noodles is awesome.
Yeah, like it was like actually like learning how to make the noodles. I thought it was pretty cool. I was like, wow,
Awesome.
interesting. There is somebody in there, but I don't know him that well. So,
and he'll do like gaming sometimes, where he'll play like GTA as Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro. It's super funny, dude. It's super freaking funny.
Yeah, but he's got problems otherwise. But yeah,
what I was saying about the videos, though, he'll release one video and I'll be cracking up about it, and then he'll release another video and I'll cringe. But I'm sure he does the same thing to my videos. You know what I'm saying? Like we're different position. Like people are different positions. Like there's 800 people in his live stream that agree with him, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know how much that. I mean, he's definitely, you know. I mean, yeah, he's definitely got a following, and he's making money off of that, just like everybody else.
He's legit.
Yeah.
People call him a grifter. He's not a grifter. He's a comedian and an artist doing his job. He's making people laugh, and he sells his art.
I mean, I understand why people don't like him.
Yep.
And
I do too.
I don't think it justifies any of his.
I don't blame anybody for not liking any of them. I don't blame people for not liking me. I don't blame people for not liking you. Like there's people they don't like. I get it.
I blame people for not liking me, but
no,
that's different. No, but I mean, like you know, there, you know, some of the things that he says are problematic, but you know, he's within his right. He's doing within his right, and it was interesting to see a glimpse.
I'm not
of
here to
that
judge.
humanity.
I'm here to debate, right?
Sure.
I'm here to have the arena for these ideological battles, right?
Yeah.
In good faith and respectful ways.
We need a theist to call in.
I'd love for a theist, or even an atheist that wants to talk about the topic with us. We've been talking about it all night. I'd love to hear somebody's thoughts, you know?
Yeah, and like, I mean, directly on that topic, I mean, I shared a little bit, but like, can an infinite God actually exist? Like, I have no clue if a God could exist. I have no clue if something with a mind could exist outside of you know, space-time. I don't know any. Those are huge questions.
I'm pretty convinced that a mind requires some type of physical substrate, man.
You know, every mind that I've ever seen and seen evidence of has been, you know, due to a mind or due to a brain. So,
and the infinite information density that was covered in the debate yesterday that Kurt talked about earlier too is a very good point.
Yeah.
Like there would be, if there was a God, I think the only God that there could be is one where it was like all powerful. It was all the stuff. I don't think this is even possible. I don't think a God is a coherent thought, but like if there was a God that I would grant was like closest to coherent, would be probably one where they said something like the God was all the stuff and now all this stuff is the universe. Was that panentheism?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, and like perennialism or whatever. Well, yeah, panentheism. Yeah, I don't
think pantheism is. I think pantheism is just atheism.
No,
I feel like it is.
Panentheism. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I'm saying pantheism, where the universe is simply the God.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. I feel like that's just like a branch of atheism that's thinks the universe is where they worship, and so they take some. It's a real position, but I think it's like, I feel like it's a branch of atheism.
Yeah, I mean,
or maybe agnosticism.
Agnosticism, maybe, yeah. Yeah, if everything's
that's
God,
not what most people mean by God, you know.
No, when people start saying, but I think sometimes Christians and maybe Muslims too can get cornered and then start saying, well, everything is God. And I don't think that makes a lot of sense. And I think if everything's God, then what is
earlier,
God?
I was going over my position with him, and he was like, so that's God? No, it has no mind. If you think that the universe is God, feel free to call it God.
Yeah.
But I'm arguing that it doesn't have a mind.
Yeah.
I'm arguing that there's no intention there. The intention arises.
So you're saying, Pablo, can anything be infinite? Can an entity be infinite?
I don't think so. I think there's a finite amount of stuff.
Well, would the
maybe time, maybe some type of like.
What about the universe? What about the quantum fields? Would they be considered infinite?
That would, in the context that we're talking, no, because the context that we're talking is like maximally great. It's got all these properties, and you can kind of say that because all of this stuff is going to be included in it. So I don't think maximally is the right word, but you could say like all great. All great making properties or something, right?
It's all subjective, though.
All knowledge, all like you could say whatever you wanted, and it would be coherent because it all arises eventually. If you're just saying that all this stuff is the universe and the universe is fundamental,
yeah,
it's all a part of it, and you could just say that with our positions,
right? With more parts,
whether you hold infinite regress, necessary, whatever, you can just say it in any of those positions. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
And it makes sense because it all arises, right? And it's all the stuff still, just in a different state. So it would hold all the power, all the knowledge, everything, you know, all the morality. But you'd have to word it a certain way. Maximal is like it goes from like a little bit, it would have to have a little bit, to having to have like infinite amounts of it, and that's not what we would be talking about in that case.
Well, Darth is talking about that's the problem with trying to make God physical. That's the problem with non-physical, is we can't detect it. We can't We can't do anything with that. If it interacts with us, then we can, but otherwise,
Yeah.
like what
I don't know
what does non-physical mean?
what's he expect if you can't interact with it, right?
Yeah.
I hope Darth is doing all right. You having a good day, Darth? Good to see you, dude. Thanks for dropping by. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming. I've been streaming for 5 hours, and yeah, I've been operating off a minimal sleep the last few, like 3 weeks now, 4 weeks now, something like that.
How's your kid like in school?
He's loving it.
Does he? Oh, that's great.
He loves to play. He loves to play games on the Xbox and stuff. So we've been doing he has like Game Brain or whatever. I know it's like does some good stuff, but he has a hard time like remembering stuff from the day. So I'm like, all right, you got to unlock the Xbox and the Switch. You get to unlock the video games. You got to remember one thing from school that you learned today, just one thing. And he's got it every day but 2 days. And so he missed 1 day last week. And so at the end of the week, I was like, even though he missed, I was like, you did such a good job, and was like telling him how great he was, and like you got it 4 out of 5 days. And I hung out with him and played with him, and he appreciated it, I think, even though I don't know. I don't think I think that the games probably are hurting our kids' memories, and we don't realize it, you know.
Well, there's some studies into that, and it's really not. It's more the socialization part. That's the issue. I mean, we did the same thing with TV, and games are like way more interactive than TV is. I think they'll be okay, but as long as we keep them social. I think gravity is physical. I mean, it's part of physical reality.
Right. And
Right?
there's somebody
That's
in the back. Jenna, can you type something in the YouTube chat, please? Just so that we can confirm your account. I'm real. This is just a like a animated avatar I have. It's just VideoTube or something. It's just some moving images and stuff. It's just my avatar, right?
Yeah, we're here. I'm here, Jenna.
We're real people. But go ahead and type in the YouTube chat. Where were we? Oh, but yeah. I don't know. I just I feel so proud of him, though. He's doing good. He's
Thank
doing
you,
really
Pablo.
good.
Good. Yeah, that answers it. I mean, those are the only things.
He's got games on the mind, you know.
Yep, absolutely.
Trying to get. I mean, I do too, and most people do nowadays. But I want him to be like school first, you know.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, making that part of game too. Gamification of stuff.
I want him to learn. I want him to learn something. I want to know, like, if he can come home and tell me he learned something and tell me what he learned, even if it's just like, I learned about yellow today. He learned something.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, you get to see all that stuff. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's really cool, man.
What's up, Jenna? There she is.
I'm gonna pass on that one. Look at their PFP.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's probably not a very serious person.
No. I hid them.
Okay.
I don't want that showing up in the chat.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Man, it's crazy having a little smart guy running around doing his thing.
Yeah, I don't think Taco dug on your PFP on YouTube.
No,
Think-
not at all.
Thinking that you're a troll.
Yeah, I'm just not taking any risks right now. I'm sorry.
And the whole master of the universe. I don't think we're talking about the master of the universe.
Master. Oh yeah, that tells us exactly what we needed to know.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. Wow, Darth says Fortnite has been putting out a bunch of material. He bought all the skins. Interesting. Definitely interesting. Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Fortnite, huh?
That's exactly what I wanted to hear from you, Darth. Let me delete those real quick. All right, back to this. So where were we? Where were we on the infinite God? So it would be maximally everything, right?
I guess, yeah. What
would
if it was like a lesser god, but it could still like
they talked about that yesterday, and
traversing long distances and being able to harness some of the
like a limited god where it's not unlimited
Yeah.
power, but it's still super powerful.
Right.
Yeah, they talked about that yesterday. He granted it and falsified his what's his name? Joshua Rasmussen granted it for the purpose of conversation and falsified his position. Because obviously it's coherent if you're talking about it.
Sure.
I think generally if you grant it for the purpose of a conversation, it's going to be somewhat coherent, at least coherent enough to talk about. Like when people are talking about the Christian God, they're saying like soul and stuff like that to me. I don't know what they're talking about. I have to have I can't just grant it. And like, I have a idea of what they're talking about with some of this stuff, but it's not like anything that's actually understand. They're like, it exists outside of space time. I think like ghost, like Casper, right? But that's not what they're talking about. So obviously it's not really coherent, right? We have to like to try to conceptualize it, we have to like come up with something. So I think there's like I said the other day, like you dream and you smell the color purple, not with synesthesia, and you wake up and you're like, why what wait, I smelled the color purple, but in your dream it made sense, you know?
Yeah. Yes, but well, I mean, yeah. Smelling the color purple or whatever. Yeah, some sort of bizarre.
Yeah, something that's just like impossible, but I mean, not with if you don't have synesthesia, but something that's impossible, right? That just doesn't happen and isn't capable within the confines of reality, unless you have synesthesia, which I don't, and you probably don't.
I do, but not in that way.
Okay, yeah.
But like,
so there you go. So you know what I'm saying then?
Yeah. We were talking about that earlier. I was asking what kind of things are conceivable but not possible, and that went down the road of like what possible, what type of possibility. But that's an example, I guess. You know, being able to, well, maybe the concept of being able to,
because that's not really coherent. You're like, I can smell purple, but that's a color.
Yeah,
that's not coherent.
It's not
like on first glance, you're like, okay, I can work with that. Let's talk about that, right?
Yeah.
But upon further examination, it is inconceivable.
What did it taste like?
Right.
Like, what does purple taste like?
Purple drink.
Yeah, if it tastes like grape or whatever, then yeah, I could see that as just an awareness problem more than a sense problem, but issue.
Yeah. Darth says he can hear colors now. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's it. I think that's a positive development. That seems like that would be really cool to do, right?
Yeah. Wonder if there's any sort of usage for that.
I feel like it's a superpower, dude.
Yeah. I mean, how would you select for that?
I don't know. I don't know, man. That's a great question.
I
Man,
mean, yeah,
we've had all these discussions. I have been having these discussions for years now.
over a
And
decade.
I don't, not like this problem. Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, it's more like science stuff earlier. I haven't been reading this. I've forgotten more science stuff than I remember now. Like the recent stuff I've been reading is like philosophy, or like listening to philosophy, or watching videos on it. And I haven't really looked into that much science stuff in a while. Like evolution. I like some science stuff. I looked into like more complicated stuff, but like evolution, I know a little bit. I knew more though years ago. I haven't read anything about it in forever, you know.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about it anymore. Or if they do, they're just like straight up rejecting a theory. How do you even talk to somebody who's just rejecting? It's not even like they're like attacking it nowadays. Like they used to attack like pin cushions in evolution, right? And now they like just straight up are like, nope, it's not a theory. Like what?
Yeah.
What? How do you even proceed?
Yeah.
I don't know. Some people like the debate. Some people like it. It's definitely fun and it's sporty, but
Yeah. The debate sports is, and I find it interesting to watch. I do learn from it.
yeah.
But as soon as I see an interlocutor that's not interested in understanding and just interested in different stuff.
Oh yeah, once in a while, yeah. All right.
What's going on?
Oh no, we're just going into an interesting conversation.
Yeah. No, if you want to call it, man, it's
Yeah. Now I need to be going to bed here soon. I'm probably gonna play a little bit of Power World and go to sleep. I've just been letting my stuff farm and run around the base, but I had a ton of fun today, people. We had, and thank you so much, Hizzle, for hanging out. Everybody in chat,
thank you.
Thank you so much for hanging out. This was a ton of fun today. We had some wonderful conversations. We had a lot of heated back and forth, but it was respectful. Kurt educated us on abiogenesis. We talked about the debate yesterday a good bit. Can there be an infinite God and the related topics. We also covered, quite a few philosophical topics tonight related to literally everything. Scientific and philosophical topics based on literally everything Zill brought up over the course of the evening. Kurt and the panel provided some good responses. Zill provided some good questions and objections. Who else did we have on the panel? We had Missing Mod. We had
Kurt.
Kurt. We had
Zill.
B.S. Lewis. Yeah, I said Zill.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
John.
Yeah, John. Everybody, I'm sure everybody in the audience appreciates y'all. They all hung out, listened to you guys and us, and I appreciate everybody in the audience. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out today. Tomorrow we are going to be reviewing. Let me get this pulled back up real fast. Tomorrow we are going to be reviewing actually a really good one. Let me find it. William Lane Craig versus Alex Malpass. You guys should be excited. Tomorrow is going to be a spectacular one. I don't know if I'm going to have a video done. I'm going to try to have like a 20 or 30 minute video ready for it. It takes so long to make the hour ones. I'll try to have like a 20 or 30 minute long video prior to the debate review tomorrow to lead into the debate review, so you guys can get some laughs at some of the conversations and a little bit of learning prior to the debate review, and then we'll go into that, get you guys warmed up. Everybody in the audience, thank you so much for hanging out once again. You guys are the best bosses in the world. Hizzle, do you have anything for the audience?
Oh man, be good. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, I appreciate you hanging out, man. And everybody in the audience, you guys all have a wonderful morning. I'm sorry for closing up a little bit early. I'm just exhausted today. But you guys, I did not get much sleep. But you guys have a wonderful, wonderful morning, and I will see you all